face masks or something. Yet here we are. It's 2020. It's the year we moved into the Black Mirror reality. It's the year that the Twilight Zone came home to roost, and when the X-Files seemed pretty mundane, because 2020, dang, is it the year that it continues to give. Now, before the break, we were touching on the masks, and I got cut off. And just like I said to Kevin last night, I'm a big believer in lots of self-responsibility, more self-governance, and less government. And everyone, I think we could look at what's going on in the world, make of it what we want to, and then take appropriate action. And who am I to moan at anyone for what they decide to do? And I'll look after me, and I'll look after the family, and whatever anyone else's attitude is, I'm okay with that, so long as we don't start impinging on each other and telling each other what to do in some of these crazy videos. I've seen a woman in a supermarket, Jimmy, talking to a family that had chosen not to wear the mask, and there was 2 young children there. I'm talking young children, but old enough to understand what people are talking about. And this woman told them that she hoped they would die. Now, turns out the state itself, if you're under the age of 12, I believe there's an exemption. Don't let that get in the way of CNN programming the hell out of you to be some kind of crazy Karen. But do you see where I'm coming from, Jimmy, as well? Like how, I'm all for just people looking after, whatever they think is the responsible action to take,
Yeah, it's up to whoever. If somebody was, say they were a certain religious aspect, they may wear a covering over their face for that. People may wear a covering over their face because they don't like pollution. People may wear a covering over their face because maybe it'll block out some of them particles flying down from those weird planes making white lines in the sky. You know what I mean? So the thing about it is, the thing is that what seems to be happening, at least here in America, is that there seems to be the mask seems to be a definite signifier of where you stand politically. So
yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, so the thing is, a lot of times you'll see somebody wearing a mask, and so depending upon where your filter bubble is, where you are in your political idea, if that person's wearing a mask, they just might be a Biden supporter, and if you're not wearing a mask, that means you're for the Constitution, you're for gun rights and believing in Jesus. You know what I mean? But that's really not what it means. What it means is you decided not to wear a mask, but it's, in a way, it's a sort of signaling that's going on that is not necessarily healthy, because it's another micro division, Kev. You know what I mean? It's another way to divide us just one more time, just a little bit more. We're not divided enough.
Yep. They're not creating more and more pronouns by the day. They're not, they're not dividing us through colours and these crazy kind of movements that we're seeing right now. Jimmy, people are getting so put into camps everywhere. You see it online. You're either in one group or another. That's why I try not to get invested too much in anything right now. I just kind of take the quantum observer role, watch it all playing out, watch the fallout, watch the drama. And because you can easily get sucked in, and the minute you're sucked in, you don't even realise it, but you've been put aside, and there you go, boom, you're into that game that you've been telling people to watch out for. Divide and conquer. Don't let them divide us. It's
well, man,
it's strange though, right, Jimmy? Because just sorry to cut you off. I'll get your thoughts on this.
No, yeah.
This is the exact scenario that Bill Cooper warned about. Alex Jones warned about, people like us have been chirping on about. This is like the scenario that we were to be on our toes for, that we were to look towards to being the go time for the cabal, the New World Order, the Illuminati, whatever you want to call it, one world religions, mark of the beast, internet IDs, everything. And here we are, and yet more and more people seem to have been sucked back into the game, dude. And that, of course, is no accident. Mimetic warfare, psyops, misinfo, disinfo, agents here, agents there. What a time to be alive, James. But what do you make of that? Would you agree that this is kind of the scenario that we were always told to kind of, and we were telling people to look out for, right?
Yeah, it's all coming. I mean, realistically, I mean, I would have to say that, I mean, this thing checkmates so many games that are on the table. Every single thing. This thing wins in every scenario. And I gotta think that there's, something to do with the sentient world simulation, knowing exactly what buttons to push on humanity to make us move in a direction.
You could definitely think of, I think of anyway, Jimmy, how all of this is really ramped up. Say, you could look at the timing. It goes alongside when Trump came along, but I think it would have been whoever came along at that time, because that's when big data was starting to be really mined to the point where it was worth something, that they were able to profile people. And that's not just me talking out a hole in my head. You've got the whole Cambridge Analytica. They call it scandal, but really it was a window into something we'd kind of been talking about, we kind of knew about. And from that point on, Jimmy, like you say, they know all of us so well, and you're the one I kind of apologized to you on a stream or a show a couple of weeks ago, because you used to always say to me, Kev, how do you know that your Google search is the same as mine? And I used to say, come on, Jimmy, man, that now you're just getting ridiculous, But no, because now it does know us well enough. And it does know where to put that story just for you, and it does know just what story to put just for you. And that's a big reason why I've stopped scrolling down Facebook. I've still got it. I use it to share the show. People send me good links in Messenger. But I know I'm being gamed anytime I look at that. There's people that have posted stuff that I'll never get to see. And there's people that have posted stuff that only the algorithm wants me to see. Why? It knows 9 times out of 10 I'll either dislike it or I'll comment on it. It wants you to see something that's going to trigger you. You get pulled in. You spend a little bit more time on it, and that algorithm loves attention because it wants to play with you. And I now totally agree with you, Jimmy. I think absolutely everything we see on our internet is tailored exactly to us.
Well, and you think about
for the reason of, but just to make it make sense, mass electronic social engineering that you're now seeing playing out in the real world. So the sentient world simulation is affecting the real world.
And the slogan for the man who died on the ground was "I can't breathe," which totally lines up and goes with the emotional tenure of all the other people on Earth that are having to wear that mask. And so the frustration that was created out of the wearing of the mask was exemplified by the actual event. And then people have acted out in frustration because they don't have a legitimate line of communication with people that are in charge of making decisions about how their lives are going to go. And this has been a situation, Kev, where it's so dangerous to be in this situation because none of us seem to have the real information to make, cogent decisions in our lives about what's actually happening. There's a lot of places where this thing's starting to crop up. I mean, what is it? I don't know. I'm not a virologist. I sat here for 6 months talking about this stuff, man. You know what I mean? I've gone up and down the board on every bit of it from the very beginning, and so have you. So, I mean...
There's something about what last night's guest really... It kind of resonates so well with me, and I'm disturbed by that. And I can follow what Kevin McCairn is saying because he backs it up with some of the images and slides of what he's talking about from studies that have been peer-reviewed. And... It seems weird, Jimmy, but along with the whole kind of respiratory thing that we see some people getting, there's this neurological aspect to things, and And you can make a case for that almost being like a binary foundation for a transhumanist kind of layer going into our brain. And I know that sounds out there. I know that sounds so weird. But we're talking about AI as well, and we're talking about tinkering about with the viruses in labs. You know, AI is coming up with new proteins that have never existed before on this planet. How do we know, and it's speculation island all the way here, how do we know that the tinkering that was done on COVID-19, if it was done, how do we know it wasn't an AI that came up with the genetic combination? How do we know it wasn't an AI that came up with that crazy receptor that Kev was telling us about last night, that just happens to know exactly the part to target in the brain, and then also manages to kind of numb out the pain so you don't even notice what's going on? That's some really intelligent design going on there. And I know humans have moved on a lot with their knowledge of genetics and CRISPR and everything else. But what if it's an AI that's toying about with the viruses now as well?
Well, the thing that bothers me about the whole thing.
And this is speculation for the audience. Sorry, please don't take this as Kev Baker hyping up, just telling you it's the AI takeover. I'm speculating. I'm just saying, what if? Just play it out. And that's all, James.
Well, the thing that bothers me most about all of it is the fact that there is no one sitting over the top of any of this. The fact that we've got people in control of our lives in these so-called government structures that are actually sitting in laboratories developing this kind of thing in the first place, and then to turn it over the development to something that doesn't. Have you seen any? So there's some script writing that's been done by AI, and it's interesting because they put actors in the slots, and the actors act out the script that was written by the AI. The actual sentences make absolutely no sense at all. So it's clear that there is no emotional resonance to the language, to the computer. It's just a word. And until it learns...
See, I would argue, though, because you could add to that one to counter it, Jimmy. You had the AI that's been writing... Again, another application, another algorithm, an independent one, away from the one you're talking about. And whatever they trained that on, and it was like, I would imagine, millions of novels, because it was an AI that could write novels. And it came in the top 3, I believe, of like some top literary kind of competition. So the judges in that, the point being, and it's not to like say you're wrong, but just to show that another algorithm trained on better data, it's good enough to fool judges into thinking that was an author doing it. Does that make sense, Jimmy?
Yeah, it totally makes sense. But I mean, it just strengthens what I was going to say. Is what the thing is that if we're paying or we're trusting government structures to put together this stuff, or they're in control of it. What the question I'm asking is, why would we ever want to put it's the AI is still learning, even though there's super intelligent AI, there's all different styles of AI, it's all learning. But the point is it's still learning, right? It's still not, it doesn't make decisions like a human being does, because human beings make decisions based on electrical impulses and interaction with the emotional content of whatever the words actually mean, whereas a computer doesn't. So what I'm saying is, we're trusting governments to do this, and these things are. I mean, what they should be spending their time on is figuring out how to feed the world, or how to cure diseases, not how to find.
And that's what's annoying, because it can, it probably is. It probably has. It's probably spat that out. I remember, and Anthony Patch was talking about it again recently, and that's what brought it up in my mind. But it was when we were looking into the quantum AI the Google lab that they've got with the DLive, and there was a paper that one of the algorithms, Jimmy, one of the data sets that had basically been given to learn on was basically like the backlog of every single white paper that there's ever been. Like, you think about that, you think about that, and that's what me and Tony were talking about. And the paper, even the abstract, was talking about how the potential, how, the theory was if they could get it going and get that neural network mastered and master the data, theoretically it would start spitting out all these white papers. Now, nobody else I never heard anything about that after that. Gone. Google Lab. Not coming out of there, But
Well,
you think about that, if that's the case, think of what, like you said, all the stuff that we need is probably there. It's like a super duper Tesla in silicon form, just spitting out equations and all of the free the world moments, but also at the same time, spitting out all the stuff that'll help probably enable the few to control the many. Because that's the way they roll, right?
Going back to what you said earlier, with the social engineering behavior modification that goes on the internet, imagine that same sort of technology being programmed with every single psychological aspect of human existence that's been recorded, and being able to, in 1 millisecond, being able to size you up. It'd be like a super duper Ewan Cameron on steroids. Imagine an Ewan Cameron, that crazy, wacky mind doctor back in the day, Jimmy. Well, listen, we're moving into the future whether we like it or not. I've been saying it's year zero of the New World Order for a little bit now. And the thing is I think around the corner, there's going to be some hard decisions that are going to be able to be made by people about which direction they're going to go in. And unfortunately, in our community, people don't really trust the system. They don't trust Western medicine. They, anything that happens with technology, it's the mark of the beast. It's revelations, and so the thing is that we're at a quandary, because if we're going to let the mark of the beast idea be the thing that keeps us from moving into the future and controlling where we're going to go, I mean, everybody just closing their eyes, go, it's the mark of the beast.
Yeah, I've thought about this, right? I've thought about this. But it ties, get a load of this. This is a weird thought experiment tied to yours, but how they say that God works in mysterious ways?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine it was the ultimate test, the ultimate universal karmic test, with everything we know, all rightly fearing things that government throw our way, rightly questioning, Imagine the curveball if that was the ultimate test, that really, the get out of jail card was the vaccine. Now, I'm not saying for 1 minute it is, folks, right? But I'm just saying, what if it was that cosmic card that they played? Wonder how many people would actually get it.
Well, that's what I'm
saying, though, Jimmy. That's the kind of weird things this universe chucks at us.
I'm not
saying Bill Gates is creating a nice vaccine for us, not for 1 minute. Speculation Island, the dark side, folks.
Well, it seems like every piece of technology that's come down the pike has been the mark of the beast. It was the barcode. Why isn't it the credit card? I mean, isn't it your cell phone? You know what I mean? The thing is man, and we keep trying to decide if something's the mark of the beast. Meanwhile, nobody's
paying. When the TV came along, people said, "Oh, it's the mark of the beast." Look,
that's what I'm saying.
Images in their house, that's magic.
There you go. Focus, it's voodoo, man. But meanwhile, over in China, they've been running pilot programs on all this stuff, and they're just going to roll it out, and everybody's going to be.
Let's keep going on this before the break, Jimmy. Right? Sorry to cut you off, but you perfectly, without knowing it, segued back to where I was going to go here in this AI fest that we're throwing at people, right? But that documentary I watched today as well about the Uyghurs and the social credit system and the surveillance, one of the CCTV shots was startling, because we're all used to seeing people in crowds and the squares over people's faces and little tags like your name and everything else. But there was one camera, Jimmy, one shot of one CCTV system. And you know what was really weird about it?
No.
It had like a hula hoop kind of graphical overlay around each and every person.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it was almost like and I'm reading into it here, but it looked like some almost proximity detector, right?
Right.
And it looked to me from the way that the colors were lit up, that when people are too close together, it goes red. And when people have got a nice distance all around them, 360, it goes green.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think this actual documentary came from towards the end of last year, because this Uyghur stuff, it's nothing new, folks. It's been going on for a while. And point I bring that up is, Jimmy, that's before any pandemic. And there's CCTVs looking at proximity.
No, I've seen. These are the systems that I work on. So what happens is they box up each individual person, and then that person is identified. Once there's a box around them, then they can identify. They can zoom in, or whatever. The operator can zoom in on the face, and then run it against facial recognition. So, and then all and everything, as far as you're talking about with the social distancing, situation. You're 100% correct. Also, they have this thing where they'll make you think one thing, but the reality of the situation is completely different. Like, you'll see somebody at a door, maybe with a thermometer, but really the thermometer has nothing to do with the actual situation, because there's a camera behind that guy who's it's an infrared camera, and it picks up every single buddy that walks by, and it can take your temperature right there on the spot. So these are all mounted. Yeah, I mean, these are in the airports already, these thermal scanners.
Now, before I'm going to have to cut you off, dude, because I'm going to squeeze this in before we get to the break, because it fits.
Yeah, no way.
And we're talking about everything, COVID to social engineering to global resets, or the Great Reset, as the World Economic Forum put it. And if they put it like that, there's something happening. Well, another part of this would be a cashless society, right?
Right.
Now, part of that, Jimmy, could potentially be digital currency, i.e. blockchain technology, cryptos, bitcoins, various different forms of this digital currency. And I get it. Some people have struck it really rich on that. I kick myself. I'm sure you two had a chance to get in early, having been listening to alternative media as long as we have. But
that was the one. That was the one moment the alternative media could have done me some good, and I didn't capitalize on it, Kev.
Exactly. Same here. But think about this, folks. With everything myself and Jimmy have been speculating about the AI involvement and its level of interference into everything. When you look into cryptocurrency and what it really is, I get it. We all know about Bitcoin. You get the Bitcoin, the blockchain. But in reality, you're talking about nowadays GPUs, and there's really powerful GPUs now. But you're talking about these things, and what they're doing is they're solving some of the most complex mathematical equations that we've probably never even thought of before. The kind of equations that only computers can actually solve. And I remember working with Anthony Patch and getting into this as well. And Jimmy, surprise, surprise, right? Carrot and stick. Because, yeah, sure, people are getting a reward for tasking their machines to go and crack codes for the other thing that scores out of the whole Bitcoin deal. And that is the AI. Because in reality, these little complex computations that are going on that they call mining, well, in reality, when you get into the blockchain and the way the AI learns and everything else, moving on to that's going to accelerate the learning of the AI again. And I wonder if it's just been decided maybe we've got enough of those codes now to go there, or we need to go there now. It just all ties in with this great reset and the way things are going. And think of the coins that are going missing in the US right now, right? Coins are going away. Oh, they might be passing Corona and everything else. That's one little step towards that digital currency, folks. And I don't know, but there's an AI aspect to definitely some of what we're seeing. And even if you want to just say it's the modelling that resulted in lots of lockdowns around the world, that modelling, those simulations, there's a lot of machine learning and processing power going into that. And always keep in mind that those recommendations in the end of the day were spat out by what? An AI. We'll be back on the other side. Don't go anywhere, Ooga Boogas. Jimmy Jeans is in the house. 1 hour down, 1 hour to go. Don't go anywhere. Sorry, Jimmy, I had to keep cutting you off there, man, because you were right at the point where I could get to where I was going.
No problem.
I won't do it now, man. I won't do it.
No, that's no sweat, man. I wasn't saying anything important. I just, it was a good conversation. We're still live over here on YouTube. Say hi to everybody. Connie's over here. Zoe's over here. Louis Taw. There's a few people hanging. We got like 13 people chilling. Who else is over here? Let me scroll back. Onslow, Analog Synth, Jonathan Fuller, Mateo is all up in here. All right.
I've got some cool stuff. We'll totally shift gears when we go back now.
Yeah.
I've got a cool, man.
Yeah, sweet, man. Yeah, I had Polly on my show. It was really funny, man, because I had Polly on my show on Monday to talk about growing cannabis. And I was trying to get Naysay to come on, too. And then it was so cool because he goes, yeah, I'm doing stuff over with Kevin. I go, you're kidding? He goes, no. I go, no, man. So I plugged it on my show that Polly was going to be over on your Discord and stuff. This is before I knew he was going to be on the show.
Yeah, man, like, there's like a coup going on, Jimmy. I've been kicked out of my own bloody kingdom.
No,
and I know everyone on Discord's listening right now. That was all said for your effect, you silly buggers.
Well, plus now you're going to have Epic on, too, doing a Mandela effect. That'll be great, man, because that dude is he's an expert on the Mandela. He will.
No, Jimmy, nobody can be an expert on the Mandela effect.
I'm telling you, man. I mean, he gets so energized because he's got so many of these.
Somebody's an expert on the Bigfoot. I don't like that either because it's hard to be an expert on something that really we don't even know what we're playing with to begin with. You know?
Well, maybe me thinking he was an expert is an actual Mandela effect.
Maybe it is. Maybe that's what it is, Jimmy. Maybe on another timeline it's a recognised job. Maybe you can go to college.
You could be. Maybe. I got a degree.
Doctor of the Woo.
I've heard you can buy that PhD for about $1,500.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I know a good website for that.
Plus, if you ever want to, you can become a minister. It's super easy to become a minister. You can actually.
People would rightly say I'm starting a cult if I
be married by Kev Baker. You could marry people once you're a minister.
Who in their right mind would want their big day to be ordained by me? Bloody hell, dude.
I almost became, honestly,
like, whoa, man.
I looked into it for a while. Mine's a minister. It's funny, though. I can
see you doing it, dude. I can see you, like, on a beach in California. I can see it, man. You're cut out for that. Big time, dude.
It'd be nice. The beaches are nice with nobody here. None of the people are coming here from other places.
Edward's a minister.
Edward is?
In our Discord. Wow, Edward, that's cool, man.
Sweet, man.
I know an ordained minister, Edward, and I know a wizard in Johnny King. Not many people can claim to know a bona fide wizard, man.
There you go.
Here we go, Jimmy.
All right, man.
This is good fun, man.
Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
Sonic symbols everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm addicted to the
I'm ready.
It's a dangerous love affair. Can't be scared when it goes
Reverse.
down. Stand for
Flip the
freedom
script.
here and now.
Undo the spell.
Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna free this town
Bring it.
tonight. Who's gonna free this town
Yeah.
tonight?
What's up?
The world is going down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What a blast we're having to round off the KBS week here today. Don't have Scotty Lopez with me, but I have got an equal podcaster slash co-host slash special guest slash mate. I can't even spit it out now. Jimmy Jeans is here. Stepped up to the plate at the last moment, and wow, what a conversation we're having so far. I got on my high horse about the state of the Chinese Uyghur population that are being sent to camps, folks. Like World War II camps. Go and check it out. If that doesn't disturb you, then I don't know. I really don't know. But then we started to get into the whole face masks on and off. The great debate of 2020. That's what that'll be known as. And from there, we then kind of broached the idea that maybe AI is having more and more of an increasing influence on our very reality, not just online, but in the real world as well. Mass social engineering is taking place. The Great Reset is underway, and I'm not laughing because I'm thinking this is really cool and exciting. Although I'll probably lose a listener or two here, don't get me wrong, some of the new technologies, some of the new things that are inevitably going to come our way, away from the controls and the stuff of the government, there's exciting things there as well. There is. And that's not me championing the Great Reset. But like me and Jimmy said, we have to be very real. You have to face things head on. And there is a lot of new stuff coming our way, whether we like it or not. Now, we can be aware of it, and I think most of us here are. And I'd rather be aware of everything going on, or at least most of what's going on, or some of what's going on, than have my head buried in what must be like quicksand now. Things move so fast. But Jimmy, we're going to shift gears now, my good friend. But yeah, good hearing your take on the mask stuff and the AI stuff as well. And we're going to get into AI show soon. You've sent me a quantum thing, or you're going to send me a quantum thing. So I think we should hook up in the next couple of weeks after I've digested that, and we can have a full techie, geeky kind of quantum-y kind of night. How does that sound?
Man, that sounds exciting. It really does, just simply because I keep hammering the fact that, we're going to go into the future no matter what. The thing is, so we might be able to arrive there in a place where we take a better understanding of what's available to us from a technological standpoint. And maybe we can even, achieve some autonomy from these government systems by utilizing the technology in our own homes, or finding some way to, find a way to, get some self-sufficiency and some health. Maybe some of these things that are coming down the pipe, as far as these new developments in medical things, maybe they're gonna change the world, man. Maybe we may be on the precipice of being able to cure diseases that we've never even considered being able to. So I don't know. It's all in a matter of how you want to look at it, Kev. So yeah, digital currency.
Flying monkeys and hoverboards, Jimmy. Flying monkeys and hoverboards, just around the corner, man.
Well,
it's gonna be great reality. I don't know if they're making flying monkeys. It wouldn't surprise me, though.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised either. We found those green monkeys that they were making out of those, out of the,
to get you a green monkey. I do. I want to get you a green monkey, man. I do. You would look cool with a green monkey on your set there.
I know. Well, listen, though. Seriously, though.
I mean that.
I'm with you on it. I'll keep my eye out. But the idea about what we're moving into for the digital currency, and it is just around the corner, like you're saying, because in this last support bill that the government passed here in the United States of America, buried deep in there was this thing called FedCoin. And what they were going to do is they were going to distribute these new funds, or these funds that they were giving people. Those funds were actually going to be these new digital FedCoin dollars. And they were going to try to sneak it on through, but it didn't, for whatever reason, make it the first round in there. It didn't get in there. But I see a big move around the world into Bitcoin-type scenarios, into gold and silver. So the idea of whatever reset may be coming, it appears that a lot of people around the world are trying to put themselves in a position so that if something does happen, they won't be left, holding the bag. You know what I mean? So I mean, what happens if my money turns into what happens if I wake up one morning, I go to the bank, and it's closed, and there's a sign on the door that says come back tomorrow, and when I come back tomorrow, all my dollars from now on are digital dollars. I went to the store today; they wouldn't take cash.
You know, you think about it, and I mean, Bitcoin, it's on the surge again. Lucky buggers. Gold, I think it's 2,000 an ounce right now. And why is that? It's because dollars are worth so little. You know, not long until they're probably worth nothing in reality. And I think they are getting ready for a financial reset. I'm not intelligent enough on how financial markets and shenanigans work. All I know is that they play the markets. They're totally rigged. They're shenanigans. So when they crash it, they'll all be well placed, like they always are. And yeah, I see that coming. And again, it's not to be doomy gloomy. I'm not here to like fear porn people. But go and look at what places like The Economist are saying. Go and look at what places like the World Economic Forum are talking about on their podcasts, on their YouTube channel that barely anyone goes to watch, and they're sitting there daily putting it all out. They're reading the script. They're telling you what's coming. You know. This is part of it. It really is.
I mean, honestly, I think a lot of this money that came in for people, this extra money that everyone's crying about in America, those extra unemployment dollars, realistically, the people receiving the unemployment dollars are the middle class. They're about to end that. So this ended yesterday, Kevin, in case you didn't know. The extra money that they put out for everybody, it's keeping the economy floating right now. There's $2.9 billion in unpaid rents as of today. So next 2 weeks, the last check is going to come with that money on there, and then after that, that's when we're going to see what's going to happen. So they haven't passed a bill. So they're saying a lot of these jobs over here, Kev, and this ties into what we're talking about. These 45 million people that lost their jobs, they're saying half of those jobs are never coming back because they're going to be moved over to different, AI computer type style systems. Voice, where you don't even know if the person calling you on the phone is a human being or a robot at this point. So, we're moving into the future whether we like it or not, and it's all going to depend on where you sit, what your perspective is, and how you perceive what's coming at us. Because, I mean, realistically, what if all of a sudden I have to have this passport to move around in the world, that says I'm okay to move around, that I've been vaccinated, just like before. If I wanted to go to, like, say I wanted to go on a trip to Africa, my passport, they tell me you have to go to the doctor and you have to get XYZ vaccinations before you can go on your vacation. And I didn't have a problem doing it to go on my vacation. So why would I have a problem doing it now when it may mean whether or not I can go work or not? See, that's the thing. And so now everyone's scared that the vaccination thing is going to be the mark of the beast because it has this crystalline identification tattoo inside of it. And so now the mark of the beast again. So is that going to scare people into not taking something that may be beneficial at this point? I don't know. I'm not the judge of whether or not it is what it is, or it is what people say it is. I'm not a judge of whether it's going to turn me into something after they inject me with it. But my bottom line always goes back to this. If they wanted to kill everybody like everybody says, then it would be super easy to do it, right? So, I mean, why would they go through the slow process of going through all this? I obviously think they really do want to help on some level. But unfortunately, the people that are in the game are the ones that everybody hates. Rockefellers, Gates. I know. It's too much, man. Anyway.
Soros. You got to throw Soros in there.
Yeah, Soros. Yeah, exactly, man. Soros. I mean, he's
Queen England. Get her thrown in there.
I know. I mean, yeah. I mean, just the thing is like, is any of that even relevant? What's relevant?
Did they meet at Bohemian Grove this year, or did they do it in Zoom?
It's.
Do you think they all got together and had like gay shenanigans over Zoom?
I don't think
the Zoom meeting in the world, wouldn't it? Henry Kissinger and all those cats sitting there just all.
It's all too much, man. At this point, at this point,
what was this?
hey, don't you think at the point where everybody keeps going, man, it's a psyop, it's a psyop, it's a psyop. At this point, if everything's a psyop, and that's just the way life is, man. So I mean, we don't need to point out that it's a psyop anymore.
Yeah, it's always been the Truman Show. Come on.
That's what I mean.
But listen here, you want to get something cool?
Yeah, man.
I'm starting to get depressing.
I know. I'm getting bummed out, man.
Will to live there, man. I thought that is it. Bill Gates is under my table now. Oh, that's a horrible thought. But
we
however, I
all
throw
do.
in a right curveball, right? I found this the other day, Jimmy. This is a weird one. And I kind of laughed when I read the kind of headline. And the headline is really weird. We're going to shift gears totally now, folks. Or maybe not. Because maybe this guy has found a way, he thinks, of stopping all of this. Right? Think about that. Because the headline reads, meet the man trying to send a warning about history's worst tragedies back to 1935. So the reason I burst out laughing when I read that was, well, he obviously failed. As far as I know, most of the tragedies that he sent into this black hole, as we're about to learn in a minute, they still seem to have happened, Jimmy. You know what I'm saying? It says here, for a decade, Joe Davis has been trying to send messages into space. Now, listen, folks, you might think this is some character that kicks around on one of these strange corners of YouTube that usually only I can find. But that couldn't be further from the truth, right? You'll learn how qualified, air quotes, qualified this guy is in a moment. But he says this message is not intended for potential intelligent listeners. Or potential intelligent alien listeners, though. He's already sent 2 signals into the void for them. He hopes that this communique will reach humans on Earth, ideally around 1935. So the dispatch, which Davis calls Swan Song, is at its simplest a 1-hour Morse code transmission, and that makes me almost feel sexual. Being an ex-communicator in the army, Jimmy, there's something very sexual to the noise of Morse code. And for an hour, oh, dude, that's like almost unbearable. I'm obviously joking there, folks, but it says it's listing numerous pandemics, natural disasters, genocides, and other tragedies that humans failed to mitigate or prevent between the years of 1935 and 2011. The idea is to send it towards Cygnus X1, a black hole over 6,000 light years from Earth, in order to slingshot the signal off its time-distorting edge and into the past, and then back towards the Earth at an earlier time. Now, if the gambit works, the Swan Song project could, as Davis puts in his notes for a 2017 presentation on the idea, be used to break the wheel of time. So it says it's easy to brush this off as an outlandish idea, especially when you find out this cat's not even a scientist, right? But it says here, Davis' lack of credentials and material success do not reflect his intellectual capabilities. As an undergrad in the early 70s, he reportedly got permission from notorious innovation hub Bell Laboratories to use their laser rigs to carve acrylic, glass, and plastic, publishing his techniques in an academic journal. Then, while working as a labourer, he drew up designs for an electron gun that NASA agreed to launch on its space shuttle to conduct an experiment that could have theoretically produced artificial northern lights. Now, despite the agreement, the project, dubbed Ruby Falls, never got off the ground due to a NASA budget shortfall. And in 1982, he talked his way into a meeting with the head of MIT's Center for Advanced Visual Studies, outlined his Ruby Falls plan and several other ideas, and walked out of there a research fellow. He's been affiliated with MIT ever since. There and at Harvard and the Rhode Island School of Design, the University of Toronto, and beyond, Davis has worked as a scientific artist with numerous researchers. Not as an illustrator helping them visualize the projects like most people with this title, but as an idea generator, dreaming up, and an equal collaborator working to execute fantastical concepts. Get this, Jimmy. In recent years, he's worked on genetically engineering silkworms that can spin gold threads. He's encoded entire Wikipedia articles into the DNA of an ancient apple species. Why, I do not know. And finding ways of recording sounds that microorganisms make in the hopes that he can translate them into orchestral pieces of art. And just to come back to you, Jimmy, the reason I'm laughing is because you come to learn he's still kind of trying to get this thing up there to the actual black hole. But when I first read it, I burst out laughing and I thought, nah, didn't go well, mate. I pretty much looked back in history and, yeah, there's the odd Mandela here or there, but World War II still exists, you know, the Iraq wars, 9/11 still kicking about. So, yeah, nice idea, Jimmy. But what do you make of this dude? Joe Davis, you know, just a nobody, qualified in nothing, right? Then he invents this thing for NASA, and all of a sudden he's like a fellow at all these big unis, and he's like the idea generator. This guy's in the black projects as well, isn't he, Jimmy? Big time.
Well, and, you know, well, he should be if he's got a brain. Let me check out the big brain on Brad. You know what I mean? But listen, the thing about it is that's why we are in a golden moment for humanity, because guys like this all of a sudden come online when they have access to the computers they never had before. And now all of a sudden these brains, these untrained people that are not bound and constricted by the status quo, accidentally make giant discoveries. I mean, some of the discoveries in space by no, just say by amateur astronomers, you know, it's phenomenal what's going on. So I mean, you know, the other day I'd absorbed a bunch of material because a lot of the engineering that's going on right now in 2020 as they're trying to back engineer nature. They're trying to find structures in nature and then use those same structures to build buildings, you know, on a bigger scale. Just to, you know, say what they do is they take a piece of sponge from the ocean and they look at the construction of that sponge on a microscopic level. And then they use that design to build these buildings. And so it's interesting only because when we get to the point where we can look at a plant, or we can look at a rock, or we can look at whatever it is and be able to reproduce that, if you think about that from a standpoint of millions of years, once we've gotten to the point where we can rudimentarily reproduce nature, don't you think that if millions of years went by and this is our very first venture into that point, that as time went by, we would eventually be able to create what we now know as the Earth? I mean, because when you look at nature and you look at all the ways that every single thing fits into itself and works for itself, there is no way that happened by accident over, you know what I mean? This here that we're in is definitely got a design to it. And we may be on the precipice of being able to recognize that design. And I think that it's going to be a super moment for humanity. And I'm stoked to be alive right now. I know there's a lot of problems, man, but, you know.
Get this, dude, get this, right? This cat, I'm fascinated by this scientist. And what you said there, big time, dude. Totally agree with you. And whether they show us that blueprint when we crack it or not, that's a different thing, right? But get this, because listen to what this cat done back in the day, Jimmy, right? He says, it says here he's kind of had this ongoing kind of back and forth with SETI. He doesn't like the way that they're searching for aliens. He thinks he could do it far better, right? And it says, so naturally he's been poking at and riffing on SETI projects for decades. Notably, in 1986, he briefly took over MIT's Millstone radar dish to beam, and listen to this, folks, to beam the vaginal contractions of a troupe of local ballerinas into space to protest against NASA's decision to censor female genital anatomy in SETI missives. Yes, there you go, Jimmy.
I wonder
Says the US Air Force, which uses the radar installation, managed to break in and cut him off after only 20 minutes. So
I wonder if he was burning his Gwyneth Paltrow candles at the same time to sort of give the room a little bit of atmosphere. You know what I mean? Just sort of.
Remember, dude, this guy's into time travel. He might have been able to nip forward in time, get some Gwyneth Paltrow candles on the go.
There you go.
Smelling lovely, Gwyneth.
I know. There you go. I mean,
have you managed to get your hands on any of those fragrant candles yet?
No, they were sold out, man. But a friend of mine got.
Everyone wants that aroma in the bath, you know.
A friend of mine got one though and said it smelled like fish and tasted like chicken, but I don't know.
You're not meant to taste candles, you absolute lunatic.
Well, I don't know. If it smells like chicken,
candles.
It smells like chicken.
Here, dude, it says here, right? More recently, this crazy scientist in 2009, he sent a message from the Arecibo Observatory to 3-star systems that contain habitable planets, encoded with a DNA sequence of the most common protein on Earth, which he argued would ultimately tell aliens more about life on the planet than any one image of man. And to hammer home his point, he also sent a text and audio message that runs, "I am the riddle of life. Know yourself." How cool is this, dude? How cool is this guy? I want him on the show, Jimmy. I want him on.
I like this guy. I like the cut of this guy's jib. I
mean, see, like the black hole that he's aiming for. It's one of these super fast, kind of really dense, spinning a ungodly rate, right? And it is. It's like theorized that potentially, you know, you could slingshot something because of the speed of it and everything else, and you know, you start messing about with time and space and bada bing, bada boom. It's not like he's just coming off the top of his head. It's like, theoretically, what he's talking about, dang, it's got a chance, you know.
Well, given the eccentricity of this guy, I would say he definitely seems like the type of a brother who would be aiming for a black hole somewhere. So,
big time, dude, big time. Do you think? What do you think of black holes, Jimmy? They're like one of the most mysterious things in space, and again, whole of space kind of a mystery, right? But I mean, do you ever theorize or think about, you know, that romantic kind of sci-fi idea that there's a wormhole or something like that? Do you think we're missing a trick somewhere like that? It's like a transport system. I don't know, dude. What do you make it?
I always, whenever I hear whenever I hear the term black hole, I always got to think of the term white hole. Because that's what I'm interested in, is where is the white hole? I don't think that, you know, there's not much discussion of the white hole. So, I mean, you know, in the moment that we came in, supposedly the Big Bang, let's just go on Speculation Island and pretend.
White holes got cancelled, dude. They were racist. they absolutely persecuted black holes for years.
What about when you
enslaved them, and now we've got rid of them. We tore down all those white holes.
What about if you're being born and you bust through the black hole, and in that moment it's white until you go through and look back?
Well, it's like into another timeline or another dimension in our universe, man.
I know there just seems to be something about that white flash of light. Seems to be there's a lot of commonalities and a lot of different descriptions of stuff that's happened. So I don't know, man. I think there's something to the black hole, but I think the black hole is the black hole of negativity. It's swirling on the earth. I was swirling. Hey.
That's the kind of stuff we're getting into now, Jimmy. I've dragged you right out of your comfort zone, and when we come back after the break, we'll continue on our journey through not the rabbit hole, but the black hole. And don't forget, don't go anywhere after KBS, because it keeps on going right here on your #1 network, TFRlive.com. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Generate thoughts, you better watch what you drink, it affect what you think. I'll throw a data water coming out of your sink. Better watch what you.
There we go, man. I'm going to go and grab a coffee.
You need to? Yeah, I got to do too. I'll be right back, everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be 2 seconds.
Yeah, I'll be right back, everybody. Here, let me see if I can. By the time I find something, it's going to be time to come back. Hang on a second. Let me get something. Something's not going to get me in trouble while I'm gone. Here, we'll listen to some Buckethead. Hang on a second. Man, I'm out of breath. What's up, Raven? How's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you too, Brandy. I don't know if I said hello in actual voice. So, 1 minute left. 30 minutes left of the show. So how you guys doing? I'm a little out of breath still. Hang on. Trying to.
Thing you want to get into?
Yeah. Bob. Hey, Baba. I ran down to my car and back.
Anything you want to get into?
Yeah, man, anything will work, man. I love being on with you. So whatever you talk about sparks me to think about something. So don't whatever it is. Let's just talk about it. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Ready or not?
Here I come.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of people over here.
Yeah, that scientist he's a bit of a fucking maverick. That dude,
I like that guy, man.
I'll send you the story, man. Where are we?
No, that's a 1950s postcard of Hawaii, and it's a Waikiki Beach. It's so cool, man, to see how it used to be back then. So
back in the day,
innocent, man. You know, people were just kicking back. You had to be rich to go to Hawaii back in the day. Not everybody could just jump on a plane and take off.
Oh, farting. I'm sorry, folks, but you know me, I don't hide anything. Oh. Chili con carne, Jimmy, and I tell you, man, I am prepared. It's like a propulsion system.
Well, it's a good, see, there's another good reason to wear a mask, man.
Here we go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A massive revelation occurred during the break. You know, the mask debate, we mentioned it earlier on in the show, and I get it. Everyone's varying kind of theories and ideas as to what COVID is and isn't. That's cool. I'm absolutely fine with that. But a mask might not be the worst idea in the world, especially if you're sitting within an antisocial distance of me right now. Jimmy, I am stinking. I'm sorry, folks, but I have to say something. It's like I had chili con carne earlier, and I'm lucky I've got a really good soundboard with a gate on it. Because if not, it would have sounded like the trumpets of the apocalypse have been going on here tonight during the entire show. And as a man that talks about strange trumpety sounds coming from all around the world, it feels rather uncomfortable talking about them coming from my own body. But you know me, Jimmy, I just like to share with everyone, you know.
Why wouldn't you want to share with them? I mean, it's...
Shocked. Oh my word. I know Kev Baker calls this the #1 abnormal, paranormal show in the world, but you can't talk about flatulence, can I?
Well, I think you're taking gaslighting to a new level, and I like.
Well, we were talking about black holes before the break. It was almost like a natural segue.
Well, next thing you know, you're gonna be telling me something about Uranus coming into view or something. I mean, I know that Uranus may come into view. Is Uranus even in view now as we speak?
Maybe that would be telling.
Well, I know they do have this equipment, you know, that apparently can look deep into the unknown and come up with things that they call exoplanets.
Ah, yes, man, the old exoplanets. I don't know if I know Stephen Hawking was the first one to kind of say this, but you know, we were talking about that scientist before the break. Get his name there. It escapes me, and it shouldn't because I really like him. Really like him. Joe Davis, right? He sent that protein, you know, up there, and I don't know if that's so clever. You know, you might end up hitting an exoplanet, Jimmy, where the locals start looking at each other when they're decoding this, thinking, oh, a planetary banquet. Fire up the starships, you know? It's like sending them the menu, as Dr. Hawking put it. Rest in peace, you know? There you go.
I don't know,
We're
man.
Gonna get Paulie's going to call in about 5 or 10 minutes. We're going to get into some time travel. So we'll keep it kind of woo. We'll keep it kind of weird, man. Yeah, so we've had a lot of... I think this actually connects, you know, now that I think about it. In my mind, anyway. But we've had a lot of disclosure talk recently, Jimmy, right?
Mm-hmm.
The old New York Times, and it's not people like me or people talking about blue chickens or all that jazz, but like officialdom, the Pentagon no less, talking off-world vehicles, all that jazz. What do you think about all of that, dude? Part of me wonders if, like, remember we were saying all the inventions and everything else coming from AI? We already know that human inventions were probably 50 years behind what they've got, right? Maybe it's just a narrative to bring us up to speed. Oh, we back engineered all these crafts. But really, some of them will have been the Wunderwaffen of World War II, you know? The anti-grav technology they've probably already got. But what do you think about it?
Well, you know, I think it's a discussion that's definitely being had all over the place. When that document came out, I think even Tucker Carlson even talked about it on his show on Fox News. I don't know, man. You know, I'm always of the mind of this, that if I'm smart enough to be an alien somewhere off in the distance, then I'm smart enough to figure out a way to get here without any hassle. I don't need to fly light years in my spaceship. So I've always been of the mind that whatever technology's here on these discs and these different ways of flying around using magnetics is earthly technology. And I think these places, these portals that open up, I mean, I don't know if they're portals necessarily from other dimensions, but there definitely could be portals to the center Earth, where these things just fly out. And I mean, over time, let's just say, at first, they were discs, you know, like we were used to seeing back in the 50s. And then they started to, the shapes started to change and different things started to happen. They started to look different. The reports started to come in. Then you started hearing about people getting their temperature taken up in spaceships. Okay, so
just
then...
the tip of the probe, Jimmy. Just the tip, I'm assured.
It's a black hole of Uranus, even. But the bottom line is, I don't know what to think about it, man. I mean, realistically, those big black eyes. They look like eyes of something that would exist in a place where there is no light.
Yeah, you and Scott are both cavernous Earth people, aren't you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think so. That's the way I gotta lean, just because, I mean, I gotta take the simplest route. I don't need to get all complicated. I don't need
I think
to...
the black-eyed children are a generation or two before the Greys.
Or it could be some sort of genetic manipulated hybrid type scenario.
Yeah, well, definitely. I'll go for your favourite word, Jimmy, a robotoid. A biological robotoid. I mean, come on, we're making like synthetic kind of humans at Sanctuary, many other companies too. Next step, you make it biological. You make it absolutely tailor-made to what you want it to do. Space travel.
There you go.
Big brain on it. We call it a brain. It's probably just something that couples with the AI of the ship.
You have to solve so many less problems by making space travel not human involved. No humans needed.
Yeah. Let me throw something at you before I bring Polly on, okay? Because this was one of my intentions tonight. Before I noticed you were hanging out in the chat room, and again, thank you for coming on at the drop of a hat.
Thank you.
I was going to play 2020 Boogaloo Bingo, right? I was going to open up the phones and let people, have their say on what's going to come next in 2020. So, well, Jimmy,
fantastic.
You get 3 shots, man. You can enter the raffle 3 times. And I'm actually going to write these down. I'm going to keep them in a little document and save it. So, Jimmy, come on. Give us 3 things. What's your 3 bingo calls, man?
Mine?
Yep.
What, do I got to call out numbers?
No, you got to, guess what kind of craziness is going to come next in 2020.
Oh, in 2020?
We've had pandemics. We've had all sorts going on, man.
What kind of craziness can happen in 2020? My bingo picks? I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you.
3 wild ones, dude.
Okay, well, I think it's very doubtful that there's going to be an election in November.
But no election, right? There we go. I'm putting that down as 1. That's one of them, right?
Okay. Second is I think asteroids are going to be extremely big in the news in the next 60 days.
Yeah, right, but it depends what your definition of news is, because
there's
parts of the alt media already going with the asteroids. See, you have to kind of narrow that down for me, because that could be self-fulfilling, that one.
Well, I mean the trailer for the movie Greenland type asteroids, where some asteroid is going to hit the Earth.
I've got it, number 2. That's it, asteroid strike.
And
number 3, Jimmy, number 3, go for it.
The dam in China will burst.
Yeah, that's looking rather grim, that. The dam in China. There we go. Right then. So, my three, I'm going to go for some kind of first contact by the end of the year. I know, bold claim, Jimmy, right? First contact in there. What else am I going to go for? I'm going to go for, and only because we haven't had anything really like this, and it's horrible, I'm not going to give a location, but I'm going to go for a 9 earthquake. A 9 earthquake, Jimmy, right?
Dun, dun, dun.
And I'm going to go for, it kind of ties in with your no election. Blue helmets in America. There you go. Right, there we go.
I got you. I got your back on that, and so does the Strong Cities Network and the fusion centers.
Yeah,
I think there's already...
I mean, you think about it, you get the media to kind of remember what happened with the Arab Spring, peaceful promoters, protesters getting attacked by a very tyrannical government, You soup it up, you take it to the UN, you have resolutions, and you see how it can happen really quickly.
It can happen in a heartbeat.
Bring in Polly.
Hey, Polly.
Well, we have to connect them first. Here we go.
I'll say hey to him again when he comes back.
Yeah, it's almost like deja vu when he comes in. You can do it all again, man.
It's like a time slip. It's like a time slip, and it's almost, what is it, 4:20? It's always 4:20 over here.
There
for
we
some.
go. We have got Polly Nation
What's up,
on
Paul?
the line. Polly, welcome back onto the show. Jimmy, I'll give you your deja vu moment.
No, yeah, we just, hey, Polly, what's going on? I just went back in time a couple of times right there before you came on, so I just skipped a couple of my records skipped, and I bounced, and here you are. What's up, Polly?
Greetings, gentlemen.
How goes it, man? So we were talking about that really cool. I want to call him crazy, but remember, when I call somebody crazy, it's like a term of endearment. That scientist, he's talking time travel. We're talking black holes. We're talking a whole level of craziness. Polly, what do you want to throw in there, man?
Well, I had this thought about time travel today. Like anything with human technology, we usually don't get it right at first. Like, it takes a couple of times to get it right. And what if, okay, let's pretend we don't have the ability to time travel, which we might not. I mean, for all I know, we might. But let's say we don't get really good at it for like maybe 100 or 2 years from now. So all the time we spend experimenting with time travel ends up with us in this timeline finding stuff like footprints next to dinosaurs, an axe in a rock that's like 50 million years old. Who knows? Maybe even if we went back with the technology to move rocks with sound and stuff, maybe we built the pyramids in the future, or from the future. I don't know how to actually word that, because this is kind of a crazy thought. What if we just really screwed up a bunch of times before, like the first couple of times we went back in time? And who hasn't had that dream as a child? Like, where would you go if you went back in time? Most kids would be like, I want to go see the dinosaurs. And then we have these footprints of human footprints next to dinosaurs. What if that's what someone actually did, and we just couldn't bring them back because we screwed up or we weren't good enough at it yet? Like, what if it's that?
Hey, I'm open to anything at this point. It could very well be. That would certainly explain some of these kind of out of time anomalies, as I like to call them. What do you make of that, Jimmy? You know, it's a good point. How do you get a human footprint there? Time travel is definitely something you could put on that multiple choice kind of options, right?
Well, I don't know, man. I seen a dude with a cell phone at a Muhammad Ali fight. So I don't know. He's like, hey, man, he's super rich. He can go back in time. And he's like, watch this, man. I'm going to get a picture of me on my cell phone. Muhammad Ali.
I've seen Andrew Bashago. I've seen him at the Gettysburg Address.
It's funny, though, because it makes you think about the movie 12 Monkeys, doesn't it?
Oh, I love 12 Monkeys. Have you ever watched the more recent TV series, guys? It was like
No.
a few seasons, but that gets into some time travel stuff there. And yeah, like we're living now, guys. Pandemic at the start of it all, you know?
Well, I'll tell you what, man. If you don't remember, in the movie, he had a bullet in him from World War I. And they found it, you know, when they did an examination on him, just saying, you know, as far as doing time traveling. So Bruce Willis was bouncing all over the place in time, you know. So it's an interesting subject, man. It's always, I mean, I know whenever you crank up the chronovisor, I can feel the vibration all the way over here in Santa Cruz. So
I love thinking about time travel, though. It's great, isn't it? It takes your brain to that place where I think we're starting to reach the critical kind of point where we're getting into concepts and ideas that it's just out with the reach of our mind. Sometimes I honestly feel that. And I was watching a program, and this is mind blowing, guys. But you've got like two people in this time, right? A couple of teenagers, and one of them goes missing, right? And the other boy, he's never known his father. And turns out the boy that goes missing, he goes back in time, ends up kind of stuck there. And long story short, out of the two mates, the mate that went missing, turns out he was actually his mate's dad. It's such a mind goofery going on, and I tell you, it had my brain melting out my ear. And then you've got the other one that's Traveller's Polly, where the concept is because people in the future can tell a time and place of somebody expiring or dying right now, then they basically like digitize consciousness, something that I know it's arguable, but we talk about scientists trying to do that right now, and they send themselves back as a signal. And just as the soul, just as that life's leaving one of these meat suits here, it almost hijacks that and comes in, you know, and it's got a host body for this spirit from the future. I don't know how it all works. I don't even know if it can work, Polly. Maybe they can, maybe they can't, but time, dude. It's one of the most fascinating things out there. And then you could also argue as well that time itself, it's entirely a man-made concept, an idea, right? Weird.
Yeah, true. I'll expand on that. Okay, let's pretend we've been doing time travel for a long time, like a really long time. That could theoretically mean that people from the past could travel into the future to change a newer past. It just keeps melting your brain into, like, it might as well just pour syrup on a waffle at my brain right now, because that's what it is.
Jimmy, how's your brain feeling?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good. Like I said, I thought it was 4:20 before. My watch was wrong, but I just didn't stop anyway. I just went ahead with my plan. But no, I mean, yeah. I mean, but Speculation Island's nice and it's fun. You know, time travel I'm talking about, it's cool and everything. But I mean, you know, we're right here on planet Earth here, right here, right now, man. And
yeah, but it's Kev Baker's show, so time travel and the good woos, the way we finish off the week.
I got you, but
the Kev Baker show, dude.
So
you know?
right now, everybody wishes they could be in a different time, except for the time that we're in.
Mid-90s, man. Mid-90s was banging. I was, dude, traveling the world, uniformed up, you know, muscles where I don't have muscles anymore. Oh, man.
That's what I mean.
Get this for weirdness thing, guys, right? Get this for weirdness. Myself and Anne were talking about this today. It's just so bizarre when you sit and think about it, because you go back to the mid-90s when I'm in the army, right? And back then you're talking about a totally unawake Kev. Yeah, interested in my woo, but no idea about the way the political world worked or anything like that, right? And the job I was doing just before I left the army and the signals, it was all starting to change. It was all starting to get into information technology. It was all starting to go computerized, and they were starting to talk about the soldiers of the future and the digital battlefield and all this palaver, right? And obviously, we know that the army career didn't work, came out. I am who I am now. And here I am. I find myself in one way, shape, or form on a digital battlefield. And just when I was retraining before I left that army, you think about this, you know, that's the job that eventually would become what is now known as 13th Signal Regiment. Basically the cyber warriors. And when I call them cyber warriors, these are the ones like, you know, we always hear about Russian bots and Russian attacks as well. We do that as well. And it comes from the signals. And they're also out there on social media. And they're putting the psyops there and commenting here and triggering people everywhere. So how weird is that, guys? How weird is that? It almost makes me think it definitely is a simulation. Because Kev Baker, this character in the simulation, look how similar my life ended up anyway. Okay, I'm in a different side on the electronic digital battlefield, right? Albeit. But it's almost as if this path was almost already laid out for me. And I was going to end up here, whether it was down the army road on one side or down the Truther road on this side. What a weird quantum place to be, yeah?
That's wild, man.
Isn't Isn't it wild when you think about it, though?
It is, you know, and you know what's wild is
Remember, doing training as well, doing training on HF. Extremely low frequency, ultra low frequency, and more importantly, over the horizon communications. And that's when we would sit and we would get told how they used to heat up the ionosphere and they could turn parts of the atmosphere into an antenna, and we'd be able to use that. I was getting taught about HARP. And then in my truther world, the other path taken, what do I learn all about? HARP, chemtrails. It's just bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah, because you have unlimited potential, man, and you have potential for in a certain area that your particular brain functions well in that area. So
yeah, Paulie, I think the avatar that I'm steering around, or steering me around, it was definitely meant to go down a path like this either way, right?
Yeah, I can totally relate to this because I look back on the stuff that I went through as well, and it's only in looking back on it that you can see that it was a logical progression and that you made some key XY choices when you came to the crossroads, like they were saying, like yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of those choices you make every day that most people take for granted, but they can actually have a profound effect on your future, so they're worth paying attention to for sure.
Do you think it's like that as well, Jimmy? The big crossroads events, as I think me and Polly would call them. You know, it's easy with hindsight, but you can look back where there's been literal kind of definitely junctions in the path, our journey through the Matrix, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I think there are. I mean, you know, the thing is like, you know, everything we've been through in our lives and every single day guides how we make our decisions in every single moment that you're awake. You know, you decide to turn left instead of turning right. You turn left today and your life went this way. You turn right today and you got ran over by a car and you spend the next 9 months in the hospital in traction. You know what I'm saying? I mean, every single day we make decisions that are going to affect us for the rest of our lives. That's why it's so important to be, you know, somebody who's conscious. That's what consciousness is. Not like some top of the mountain thing. It's being conscious of what you're doing in every moment. It's like I was talking to a relative of mine yesterday, and I was saying, you know, anybody can talk to you any way they want to in any given moment. Like if somebody wants you to do something for them, they act in a certain way. They talk in certain tones, happy, nice tones. They say things in smooth, nice ways. And if someone doesn't want you to do something, they yell at you and they inflict all this stuff on you in that way. And everybody gets to make a decision in every single moment how they're gonna be, man. So if you can decide how you're gonna be in a moment, why would you ever choose to go down the road where you inflict harm and pain on somebody else? That's the thing, is being conscious.
Add to that, Jimmy,
please do, being conscious.
I just wanted to say that, like, that I agree with everything you say as well. And what people need to think is, when they're making these choices, it's not like, don't be afraid to make a yes or no choice or a left or right choice, because the proof of somebody or something of a higher power that's guiding you is very apparent when you look back on it. It's only in I hate to say this, but in hindsight, which is 2020.
I like it, Paulie. And that really does bring us to a fine conclusion for this week's KBS. And always keep in mind when you're facing that A or B, left or right, that one or two choices, take one, grasp it, go for it. And always remember, at that moment, potentially, in a quantum world, the other you, the faux you, the mirror you, goes and does that equal and opposite reaction and goes the other path. And from there, spin off the many worlds. And on that note, gentlemen, dang, what a show this has been. It was one thing, and then seeing Jimmy hanging about turned into something completely new, really cool. Paulie comes on at the end, sprinkle a bit of icing on, a lot of news, a lot of woo. Hope you've enjoyed it. We provide, you decide. Until next time, wherever you are, Make it TFR. Didn't touch that dial. And we'll be back on Freaky Friday tomorrow. We've got Kevin Nacy. He's in the hot seat with me and Scotty. Don't go anywhere. More live radio on the way. Hold on. He's probably thinking.
A pretty face reflected in a mirror, so perfect in every way. With every move, the picture's getting clear. She never showed smiling, so perfect in every way. But in the night, I hear a young girl crying. She's got it all. She's got it made. She's a looker. That's what they say. She's got it all. Yeah, she's got it made. She's a looker with a beautiful face. Always wanted.
All right, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody's doing okay out there. Welcome to Dudes Talking episode 54. I'm gonna discuss the Mandela effect with the Epic Journeyman for his Epic Chats channel. How are you doing this evening out there, Epic? Are you there?
I am here. I haven't been whisked away in the Mandela effect yet.
No, I hope not. Anyway, you've discussed, you've done research about the Mandela effect many years ago. So much so that you were placed in administrative role on the Mandela effect Reddit. And I myself have been following the Mandela effect, even though I do look at it from a very skeptical eye standpoint. But I do want to discuss the many different ways with you, since you're so knowledgeable, of how it is framed out there in society and in the world. And so I guess to start this conversation, where did you first come across the Mandela effect, Epic? And when did you when and why did you decide to start researching it?
Yeah, it was just the strangest thing. It was April, thereabouts, spring of 2016, and I was just going through my homepage on, I forget which browser it was, but news feeds and stuff like that. And somewhere below the header, one of those little tidbits at the bottom, it says something about nobody can find the Sinbad Genie movie. And I read a little bit. It's just a snippet about, there's a Twitter thing about man, I know those Sinbad Genie movies. And guys talking, people responding on Twitter, and then a little brief reference and maybe a single paragraph about it. I'm like, well, that's silly. I didn't have Twitter yet. I wasn't a member of Twitter, any social media at all. And I said, well, I know this movie exists. I ordered 2 copies of this movie for the video store I ran with my uncle in Las Vegas. I know it's real. So I thought, no way I'm not going to be able to disprove this. I got the goods on this, right? So I went looking around, see where else this was around, and it kind of eventually led me to Reddit, because there's a post on Reddit about it, some older ones, and nobody could find it still. I'm like, well, okay, I know this is going to be easy. I'll just call my uncle and see if we have it in the storage place or something like that, because we had the video store, and
Yes.
they sold the video store with the inventory, but maybe we have some receipts or something, right? And he had moved on. He'd sold it a couple years previously. I still had the storage, and he was in Las Vegas, and I was in San Diego at the time. So I tried to arrange a time for me to come visit and raid the storage, go looking through all the boxes and stuff. But in the course of this, I start researching more and more about this movie, and there is no evidence it exists, none, zero. And I have intimate knowledge of this movie, because not only did I order 2 copies of it, but I was embarrassed by the fact it was a children's movie. It was a bad children's movie too. It wasn't good at all. It started off promising. It had a pretty good beginning. I mean, really good, funny intro where the genie first appears. And I mean, it was so good, in fact, that I had watched it the night after I first watched it with my uncle. We turned it off because it was a kid's movie. He didn't watch it anymore. But I went back, I had the store duty that day, because we both shared the store, right? So we took turns and had one other employee. It was a small mom and pop store, So I went the next day and I watched that opening scene again, because it was so funny. The timing was so good on it. And tried to watch a little bit more of the movie, and no, it's bad, right? And felt like I was a letdown to my uncle, because I wasted time and money on renting this movie, because it wasn't going to be a good renter. But Sinbad was coming up in popularity at the time. I mean, he was just doing his HBO specials, I think, and he was on was it Catch a Rising Star, all that stuff. He hadn't made a major motion picture yet. He hadn't been a star in his own movie yet at all. So that's why I was surprised to see this when it came up in the weekly flyer from MVC, Major Video Concepts out of Utah, that we get to order the movies from. And it was a great deal. It was like you got it for, like, to put this in perspective, a normal first run new release tape, VHS tape, was about $72. Retail for $99, let's say, but we got it for $72, and then this was like $14 or $15. You could buy it in a 2-pack with another movie for $38. So I got one by itself and one in a 2-pack with this other movie, which I wasn't sure at the time what it was. I mean, I thought it was maybe a Skateboard Kid, or I thought maybe Invisible Mom at the time, but Invisible Mom came out later. I ended up talking to the writer of Invisible Mom, Walter Martell, as part of my research, actually, and I found out that the release date that's online is the wrong date, which was a great lead, but it wasn't old enough to be the right movie. But the logo was the same. The logo was the same. It had a rainbow logo on the cover, and that was one of my leads. So in the course of doing this, I can't find it, and I keep reading Reddit, and this, at the first glance, I'm like, well, this is silly, this whole Mandela effect thing, because it's based on Mandela dying in prison, and in the 80s. And I don't remember that at all, right? And I thought it was a kind of silly name, actually, Mandela Effect. Fiona Broom had this, she was a paranormal researcher, and at some conference she brought it up with other paranormal researchers, and they're sitting around talking about it, and that's how it was born. But it's a name that's used for anything that happens that is contrary to the provable reality, but a large group of people remember. So it's not just you remembering something different. It's a large group of people also remember it the same wrong way. The first one that got me while I'm still researching it, and I'm looking for this movie, and I'm still just kind of lurking. I'm not a member of Reddit yet. I'm just lurking and reading. So this is still in spring, is the VW logo. And the VW logo is not connected anymore. It's got this big gap between the V and the W in the center. And I'm like, oh, that's not right. And that's the first way it got me, because I know for a fact, my good friend Mark, he restored his 1962 Beetle back in, might have been 61 Beetle actually, but back in 1987 or so, and he broke that by accident when he took everything apart. He redid the motor and everything. He took off the logo off the front of the hood, right? So he had to go buy a new one, and he ordered one. And the first one they gave him had that little tiny seam in it. It wasn't big; it was a little tiny seam. It was from Off-Road Warehouse in San Diego. I can remember where it was, And he said, no, not that one, the real one, the one from the original, 1961 Beetle. And a couple weeks later, he got it. No break in it. He got it. Now, did they make that from, some other third party, or is that the real one? I don't know, but I know that at that time, definitely it was connected. And I even remember some conspiracy kind of stuff work done by Freeman, the Freeman perspective, where he makes this analogy way back years ago about the actual VW logo being Vav, from the Hebrew, and the three V's intersecting like that makes 666. So he wouldn't have made that analogy if they didn't cross. You know what I mean? So there's kind of they call that residue in the Mandela effect community. But anyway, that was the first one that got me. Then, of course, Chick-fil-A, because we used to always joke about it being chic-fil-A, right? Because it was
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
So I'm like, and one day I was walking with my sister. She lived in Temecula at the time, at this mall in Temecula, and all these things kind of hit at one time. Where I'm walking the parking lot, I see the VW logo, and somewhere along the line we saw Chick-fil-A with the K, then JCPenney spelled wrong. These are all logo things. And it just hit me that, this is there's something to this. This is real. And it got that sense of, what do you call it, cognitive dissonance there for a couple minutes. So I went back, and this is in June, and that's when I joined. I joined Reddit. And I wrote up my first post. Not my first post. My first post was about it being a psyop, actually. It got deleted by the moderators. But my next post that was a pretty lengthy post at the time was, for me anyway at the time, was Sinbad Genie movie complete analysis. And I wrote up everything at the time that I remembered about the Sinbad Genie movie. And that really took off, actually. It got a lot of attention. So you take it from there.
Okay, so some people have a counter narrative to that epic, and that people are just misremembering Shaq's movie Kazam at that time, and just misremembering Shaquille O'Neal with Sinbad, and in doing so, people are just confusing the two movies together. And now the counter narrative to that is my father was a very big Sinbad fan. I remember he had a cassette player, and he would listen to Sinbad Brain Damaged on it. And my dad went to see Sinbad on a few of his comedy tours, and I remember as a kid watching Sinbad's. He had a very short run television show. I think it was just called the Sinbad Show, if I remember. That was on Fox. And then eventually watching First Kid, and going to the movie theaters to see it with my father. It was not a good movie. But my dad was a very a huge fan of Sinbad and his comedy. I remember infamous, I'm gonna get my belt, and everything like that, talking about his father, Sinbad talking about his father. So for me, I could say that I remember Kazam and I remember Shaquille O'Neal, all right, but I can also kind of remember making a Sinbad movie separate from that, kind of like a B movie version of Kazam. Now, I don't know if it's just me misremembering it. I don't know if it's just me equating the two, because that's what most people say with the Mandela effect. And we'll get to what, how they manipulate. Like if you Google Mandela effect on Google, it just brings you up to false memory, and false memory is kind of like a trigger. And we'll talk about that. Why doesn't it just go to a separate Mandela effect page on Wikipedia? And I find that very suspect. But one of the certain things that I've always raised an eyebrow in, things that I remember, Bear-Steen Bears instead of Bear-Stain Bears. I remember having the Bear-Steen Bears books when I was a kid, but it could just been misremembering. So what do you say to those people? And then we'll circle back to furthering your investigation on trying to figure out if the Sinbad movie was a real movie.
Yeah, so at the time when I first joined Reddit in 2016, that became kind of the hotbed of activity for the Mandela effect. There's but 26,000 subscribers, I want to say, basically at that time. I think it's up over 150,000 now. but it wasn't still a mainstream thing. It hadn't really caught on like it is now. There's one or two videos maybe out there on YouTube, a couple, but it wasn't like it is now, or it's flooded with them. And what the people used to say, the moderators at that time, and a lot of the skeptics who kind of really ran the roost on the subreddit rather at that time, would be, yeah, it's all confabulation and false memories and all this stuff. And of course, the people who experienced it would say, no, how could anybody? None of us know each other, and yet we have the same wrong memory, right? How can we all have the exact same wrong memory, right? So that became the major point of contention. And as time went along, I mean, obviously more people got involved and were able to get their opinions out, and more of these things got discovered. So 2016 was kind of the floodgates open. That was the magic year of the Mandela effect in such a way that it became more well known. I mean, more and more people really got into it, and a lot of what we know now about it, the effects that are touted the most often, came from that period of time. And it went on through 2017, 18, 19, on to this day as well, but particularly, a flurry of activity in 2016. And so for the people who didn't experience it, what I can tell you is it's not the same thing like to learn about it watching a video or something. Yeah. It wows you when you find out on your own. You just happen to, because it's wrong. You look at something like, okay, misspelled words are a big thing that a lot of people have a hard time with, but and rightfully so, because sometimes people are just bad spellers. But the word dilemma with N-A at the end, dilemma, right? Everybody I know in California when I grew up, including all my relatives now, they all learned it that way, and I learned it that way. And the reason I learned it that way specifically is because it was a trick word. It was a trick word. You had to know that, right? And so you can't tell me it wasn't that way and that I didn't learn it that way. And not only that, but everybody else I know knows it that way. Well, how do we all remember it wrong then? And I didn't give you the etymology of the word and say, yeah, it means ram's horns or something like that, and that's why it's spelled that way, and all this other stuff. That is not a convincing argument to the people who experience it. Or another one, a good one might be something like Stouffer's stuffing. Stuffing. Now, the people who remember this, they remember it. I'm one of them. I'm totally one of them. I got sent back to the store as a kid for bringing the wrong stuffing home. I got the Kraft stuffing. Oh, my mom was mad, right? I had to go back and get the right one, right? So that's a pretty vivid memory of mine, and it was Stouffer's. Now, and to this day, I remember that being the far superior stuffing mix. Well, supposedly it never existed. Well, that's just not possible. You know what I mean? So for it to happen to you, that's things like that happen to you. And that's the basic premise of the Mandela effect. It happens to you. It's not something you go looking for. It happens to you. And in modern times, I mean, one of the things that got people going, for example, was the missing hiker emoji, right? I mean, that's something that's relatively new. It's a millennial thing or beyond, right? It's not something for us old fogies like I won't say. I won't put you in that category. I'm an old fogey, but yeah. So that's something relatively new, right? Emojis have only been around since the emoticons since the 90s, I want to say. So where'd that go? They could describe it. Everybody can describe it. The guy with the staff and the shorts and the hiking boots on, walking along the trail. Never existed. Doesn't exist. So depending on your generation, some of these things will affect you harder than others. Like a lot of people who are big fans of Kurt Cobain, his missing pink fluffy feather, or not really feather, but whatever you call that kind of jacket, right? Kind of just a fluffy jacket with a kind of a hair jacket or something like that. It's really fluffy, like almost like a mink stole almost kind of material, but kind of obviously grungy, right? With his white white frame sunglasses and all that. There's this big poster that people remember having, and people who are big fans of Nirvana, they insist this thing was real. It disappeared. It doesn't exist, and that's a strong effect. So you can divide these into things that are considered strong effects. That the people that are really affected by them are affected by them super strong, and that's like one of them for people who experience it. Or PCH, Publishers Clearinghouse, having Ed McMahon. And that just, they wow you. I mean, if you knew your whole life it was the other way around, you find out it's not that way, and you can find no evidence of it. I mean, there's that I describe it as cognitive dissonance, but it's kind of a different sensation. It's almost like this deja vu realization of a synchronicity kind of sensation. I don't know how to describe it, but your head just kind of spins backwards. You're kind of disoriented, just basically wowed. That's the only way I can describe it. If you have that sensation, then you've really experienced the effect. If you haven't had that sensation, you just thought about it, basically materialized it in your mind's eye, but you haven't really had the experience. The experience is actually something that happens to you. That's why they call it an effect. So that part of the terminology I agree with. They should call it an effect because it does affect you. It affects you when, but it's the effect that it has on people. Mandela effect, I wish they give it a better name. But yeah, so that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Yeah, my wife is a huge Nirvana fan. She was she doesn't listen, she don't really listen to them now, but when you're a teenager, you have different tastes in music. I was a Linkin Park fan. Please don't destroy me in the chat for enjoying Linkin Park. It was a sign of the times. All right, I grew up and I was a teenager in the early 2000s. But that feather boa picture that you're talking about of Kurt Cobain, right? Like she swears that that's a thing, because she loved Kurt Cobain and knew everything about him and everything like that, and when you go look it up, it's not there anymore, and maybe she was misremembering Kurt Cobain as someone else, but one of your things that you mentioned is how could all of these people misremember the same event, or there are something being spelled, if it's just one or two people, that happens all the time, right? And of course, you and Jimmy Jean from Into the Microcosm have talked about like agreement realities. Everybody has an agreement reality that, for example, the spelling of Chick-fil-A, of how certain people remembering it with the K and some people remembering it with not the K. So it seems to me that if it is some sort of mass misremembering of the collective consciousness of society, then it would have been something that would have been going on previously in the past more than others. It wouldn't be something that would be happening the past 20 or so odd years, correct?
Right. I mean, you'll be able to find it going back throughout all of history. I mean, if it's a matter of just whether it be Jung's collective subconscious or what we call the collective conscious mind, it's a phenomenon that should trace everywhere human beings have ever lived. I mean, it should be on cave walls. You know what I mean? It doesn't. I mean, the earliest I can really find personally, and I'm sure there's other ones that I experienced, was in 1987, and it was about The Wizard of Oz. This before it was called the Mandela Effect, obviously. And a good friend of mine, we'd been up all night because I was going to go. I was working on a job where I deployed to sea. I was a civilian, but I was going on a Navy ship for a deployment, and I had to be there at 7 a.m. But so we just stayed up late and stayed up all night. And she was talking about, I just found this thing with The Wizard of Oz. I'm like, well, what? And she was like spooked about it. And this is way back then. Remember the good witch Glinda? She asked me. I'm like, yeah, oh yeah, And she asked me to describe it, and I said, well, yeah. She comes down, looks like blue and gold bubble, and she manifests, and she's got the little crown and the star wand and all that stuff, and she's wearing this kind of aquamarine and green kind of veiled dress, like layers of veils and stuff like that. And she goes, yeah, that's what I thought too. I'm like, it's not, right? She says, no, it's pink. Like, no, man, no, it can't be. And of course, back then I didn't have the movie or the time to go watch the video or whatever to see it for myself. But then later on I did, and sure enough, and there's no evidence it's ever been any other way. That may not be a big one to a lot of people, but it was to her, and it actually is to me because, I described it exactly the way she remembered it. Well, how could I describe it the way she remembered it if there's no evidence that it ever existed that way before, right? That's the dilemma, no pun intended, with the effect.
But is it a possibility, I guess one last thing, and then I want you to continue telling us your investigation into the Sinbad Genie movie, which some people title it Shazam instead of Kazam. But what if it's just people who, these certain things that they remember in the Mandela effect, what if it's just them, certain things that these people held dear to their heart? Like my father and his love for Sinbad, and I liked Sinbad too growing up, or the Berenstain books. I had many of them. I remember them, I'm not fondly, I guess, when I was a kid. I wasn't obsessed with them or anything. But, I have good memories of myself being a child, or my wife, loving Kurt Cobain and being obsessed with him as a teenager. And remembering that, could it just be that? It could just be that people are just, pay attention to these certain things or they have fond memories attached to these certain things, almost very similar to like the Dunning-Kruger effect, and that, so, I buy a silver Chrysler Pacifica, for example, and now, I see, silver Chrysler Pacificas everywhere because human beings have a good way with pattern recognition. That's how God made us. So you understand what I'm saying? Because that's what the detractors are going to say. Ethic, is it just, and is there any truth to that, or is it, or will you get to more about that it's not only just that? You know what I mean? So that's, I guess, one of my questions.
Yeah, if you take an unbiased view of this, and I always have tried to, you'll see things that are examples of that, of confabulation in particular, and you'll see things where the skeptics will often bring to the table examples of psychological tests done in the past, where you'll show people pictures of a mall and tell them they were lost in the mall, and if they could recount the experience, being with their aunt or something, it's a power suggestion thing a little bit. And then the confabulation aspect kicks in, and the subject goes ahead and fills in the blanks. And that's something that everybody kind of does. It's not just pattern recognition, but it's, we only see, I think that they have estimated 5% of the things around us at any given time. And the mind kind of just fills in the blanks everywhere else around it, so we don't trip over that branch, but we're not really paying attention to the other 95% of the reality around us that their senses are intaking. So in a similar way, the mind fills in the blanks when it's suggested something, it gives it the clues. So there is a psychology to that. And another one is balloons. Do you remember that balloon ride you had when you were a kid and stuff like that? Mm-hmm. And certainly there's ample evidence to show that happens. That is not the same as let me show you the difference. Like, so in a true Mandela effect way, what'll happen is you'll say, tell me about that balloon ride you had. And the subject will say, well, the balloon was pink and gold and it had a camel's head on it, right? It was kind of a weird thing, like on the gondola, right? And we went over Bakersfield or something, right? And out of the next 10 people that you talk to, 5 of them say the exact same thing unprompted. That's impossible. You know what I mean? That's impossible. They either were in that balloon. There was no suggestion. They brought that up on their own, and that's the undeniable mystery behind the Mandela effect. That's the one thing that you just can't really describe, and you can't discount it, because in the Sinbad Genie movie is a great example of that, because people who remember some of the plot details remember the exact same plot details. So that's not something that. And they're so different in the movie Kazam. Maybe it's a good point to circle back to that. Yeah. So the difference right away is that, first of all, the Sinbad Genie movie came out earlier. Came out first. It was before Kazam. I ordered Kazam. I remember ordering it. So I remember getting the Sinbad movie first. But the second thing about it is it was a family movie. It was a kids movie, and it featured 2 children. It was the older son and his young sister, who's probably like 5 years old. And then the single dad, either recently divorced or a widower. And I got the impression that the mom had died. I mean, I don't think that was ever specifically said in the movie. It starts with kind of like moving van out front, moving in the house or moving things out of the house. There's moving going on. And that's where these objects come out. And this sea chest is among them. Or not a sea chest. It's not really a sea chest. It's a, what do you call it? Steamer trunk. And there's all this stuff in the steamer trunk. And among the stuff in the steamer trunk is this lamp, right? And so that gets put up in the attic, right? Now the steamer trunk, they look at that stuff in the living room. And when I first remembered it, I thought that the event took place in the living room, but it didn't. It took place in the attic. And these are the kind of things where you could say, well, confabulation made you think of that later, fill in the blanks, right? The thing is, when other people remember this movie, they also talk about the 2 kids and they talk about the single dad. Well, those details aren't in the Kazam movie. There's nothing like that. It's the mom and dad are separated. It's just this one boy.
Yeah, that's true. There's not. You're right. Yeah, there's not.
There's nothing like that. Now, I've never called the movie Shazam. I know it's a one-word title. It's a silly title, and I've always thought it was something. Don't quote me on this as being the title, but something like ingenious, like in-genie us, which might have just been a comment on the critics review.
Or a tagline.
Yeah, like a tagline. Because if you saw this movie sitting on the shelf, and I can describe the cover vividly to you, the cover was Sinbad standing up with his arms folded, facing left, the boy back to back with him, right? like his arms folded too, facing the opposite direction, and the girl with her doll in the background, and like the dad in the background beyond that. And I think there might have been a house or lawn or something in the actual cover, but it had Sinbad in big like reddish orange letters. It was bigger than anything else on the box. If you saw the box sitting there on the shelf, if you're walking through the video store, you would think the movie was called Sinbad, because you couldn't make out the title from anything else on there. That was the big thing. And it was like they were capitalizing on the popularity of Sinbad at the time. And Sinbad himself, in later releases, when he released his stand-up things from HBO and some of his other comic performances he did, he always had the big Sinbad, same kind of format, right? And I think, as far as I know, this is the first time that I know he had that. But yeah, so I made a reproduction of that cover and put it up on Reddit and stuff, and ended up getting some play on the Moneybags channel and stuff, so people were aware of it then. But so to go back to the Sinbad, that post affected things. Back then, people really got involved live time, and that was more involved in the post itself, was the banter that went on in the actual comment section. So a lot of people got involved and started sharing their experiences with this movie on that post, and it got the attention of Amelia Tate, who's a reporter, works for Vice and does some other independent work, and she wrote an article in New Statesman about the movie that doesn't exist and the Redditors who think it does. And that was released in December of 2016. And that's when the Mandela Effect went mainstream. It was because of that. I mean, that really made it take off in a way it had never before. But it was because of the comment section of that particular post. And one of the things that was cool about that, I thought was really great, was not only some of the descriptions people had, but the fact that up to that point, none of us have been able to find a picture of Sinbad, anything that looked like a genie costume at all. None of us could. And this one user called Harold 2K, he's from South Africa, I believe, found it on eBay China. He found this promo photo of him, and for all practical purposes, looked just like a genie costume. He had the turban, had a purple vest on, all this stuff, and we got really jazzed about it, because that was the first time anybody had ever found a photo like that. And he talked to Sinbad on Twitter. He actually contacted him on Twitter, and Sinbad didn't remember it. Sinbad's really active on Twitter. He's a cool guy. I've talked to him numerous times on Twitter, and he's a really cool cat, man. He is. So he comes back and says, well, I don't remember that. And about an hour later, he does. He remembers it's actually a time that he hosted a TBS special for Sinbad the Sailor movies. It was Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger.
Mm-hmm. That was going to be one of my questions.
Yeah. So we thought we had it, man. We thought we had it. That's going to tie in a little later, something to say where, just like I thought I had it too later on, something from my research. But it was really cool because you can see how things work on the internet. Nobody had ever found that photo before. That photo didn't exist before. If you looked any search engine, you could never find anything like that. The only reason that this Redditor found it was because he was not looking for Sinbad as a genie, really. He was looking up for just Sinbad memorabilia, basically, and found this, right? This little signed promo photo. Well, now if you go look on Google or you look on any kind of search engine, you'll find that. It's like one of the first things you find. And skeptics will come oftentimes to this phenomena and say, well, no, it's right there. You could have found it on the internet the whole time. No, not until that user, give him credit again, Harold 2K, found it. So now you can see that because that was found, now it's in the lexicon, so to speak. It's available for anyone. But it wasn't always. And that's how the internet works. The data goes into it. The data doesn't exist until it's put in there. And that leads a lot to what my hypothesis about what a good portion of what the Mandela Effect is relates to that, at least the technological aspect of it. But I don't know if you want to go more into continue with Sinbad some, or go off on some of the more novel theories.
Let's continue with Sinbad, and then we'll circle back to some more of the theories, probable theories of the Mandela Effect. So, in the new Statesman article, Amelia Tate, they do talk about you and in your journey to try to discover the movie, the genie movie that Sinbad is. And of course, Sinbad seems to be very cool about talking about it. He's not some stuck up, celebrity. You talked with him. He seems like he's kind of, he seems to roll with it, and everything. And so continue on your story of you trying to vet this out as an investigative journalist and try to come to the conclusion of whether or not it existed in Epic.
Yeah. So at this point, I mean, I've never been swayed otherwise. It's a real movie. I know it's real movies. Now, the game's on, right? I know it's real. So I start investigating everything I could possibly find, whether it be in the library, whether it be on the internet. Obviously, the internet's more available, more accessible. So there's a lot of stuff there. But you start making all these connections, and in the process of this going on, that's when that New Statesman article came out. I was probably at the peak of my investigations at that time, and it was way more popular than I expected it to be, to the point that I was kind of paranoid because I was getting phone calls for interviews from like heavy hitters, right, in December. And it's right before Christmas. So that's the bad thing. It's like that time of year, right? Or it might have been right after Christmas. It might have been December 26th. So it was late December. But the point is that now that I got the BBC wants to interview me, and then I accepted, and Norway TV and all these other things. So now I want to make sure I get as much evidence as I can, because I'm going to prove, I'm committed to proving this movie exists. So the first thing I do is I make a trip out to Las Vegas, and I go back to the old location. I filmed the whole thing, and I go back to the old location of the video store, and I'm determined to find the people who bought it, because I want to find it in the inventory. The movies exist. If I can find the people who have who bought it, then I can find out what happened to it, if they sold it or if they have the movie still. So I go there, and it's turned into a Vietnamese restaurant. They took the suite next door, which was a Mexican restaurant, and our suite, which is a corner anchor. And it's funny because the Vietnamese restaurant has the night drop still on the side of the building where the video store used to be, which I thought was just an awesome thing. But I go in, I start talking to the people that reside there, the tenants, and if they know what happened to this girl, because my uncle gave me the name of this girl who was one of the owners, the new owners, right, that bought out the store, and nobody knows what happened to her. Nobody has any contact information. They remember her, right? Like, oh yeah, and remembers maybe the family, but they don't have any information. So it's kind of a dead end. And I go from there, and I go to the storage, and man, my uncle had like several storage units, and they consolidated them into one, so everything like stacked to the ceiling. Went through every single box, and I finally found, to my surprise, like almost every receipt. I didn't expect them all to be there, but it found like the majority of receipts through a series of boxes, and took them back to his place and just started sorting through them all. We were hoping to find the rental log, because back then we didn't have a computer. We rented everything by hand, and we had a classification for the tape, and we used to joke with each other if we could. That's how obsessed we were with the store, is we could try to identify the movie as a game we played by the designations. If I went C183, my uncle would go, quick change, right? Bill Murray, right? And this movie, I could have swore was like C143 or something like that. So I'm looking for any evidence of that, and I'm looking for the rental log. No luck on the rental log. No luck at all. But we go through the receipts, and all the stuff from NBC, which is Major Video Concepts, which is the distributor that I ordered it from. And I can't find it. Now, the irony is that it turns out 1993 is missing entirely. We have every year except 1993 and a couple months of 1994. And that is the time when I remember buying this movie, right? And it's like, it's just another stumbling block. Like, what the hell, right? But it did find the receipt for Kazam, which was later, it was 1996. And everything else seemed to be in order. And certainly this everything looked, right. In other words, these receipts, looking at them again, reminds me of exactly ordering the movie, right? So, so I was hoping maybe to find an old flyer, and I tried to contact NBC, which is the distributor, and they had gone out of business. And it was NBC ETD, if anyone wants to look this up. They're out of Utah. And so another dead end. But in the course of this, now this is when the interview with BBC happens, and I've been contacted by College Humor to do anything I could remember to write a screenplay, a script for the discovery scene of the Sinbad Genie movie. Now, at the time, I didn't think of College Humor like being College Humor, which is actually a famous, group of actors and writers. I thought it was actually a college student trying to write something for his class. Yeah. So I told him all the stuff, and I gave him all the dialogue and helped him out and everything. And this is in April. We did the show in April, and it premiered in April. And so right before Sinbad's parody of the Sinbad Genie movie came out for College Humor. So it worked out really good, because the interview for the BBC had that footage, along with my footage of me, the audio of me going through the storage bin and all that stuff. So it really added a lot of entertainment value that way. And it was a good, Sinbad totally owned April Fool's Day for that, right? And it came out really well. But the thing about that is, because it was my description and my dialogue, and it came out really close to what I remember. If you watch that, that's almost exactly right. The only difference is the girl's older one in that skit, the two kids. In reality, the boy's
Yes.
the older one, the kid's the younger, the girl's the youngest. But it came out really good, and it's a whole parody of Mandela Effect in general. If you look and you pay attention, there's all these little Easter eggs for the Mandela Effect in there. So the interview happened then. That was the biggest thing, and I did. In my opinion, I did terrible in the interview because I was so nervous, man. I stayed up all night the night before. I couldn't get any sleep. I go into the PBS studio for the interview and stuff, and it came out okay, but I could have done better, I thought. But people liked it. It came out interesting, and I continued with my research. And at this time, I decided that I exhausted my resources. I've gone to Vegas. I've gone through the storage facility. I've done everything I can do from where I'm at in San Diego. It's time for me to go to Los Angeles and start looking through public records and through court cases and things, because it occurred to me this has to be something that's legally like a what do you call it, a non-disclosure agreement of some kind. There has to be something like that involved, or it has to involve some kind of criminal activity. Not that Sinbad's involved in criminal activity. I got no impression of that ever, but that this movie is hidden for a reason, right? This movie's hidden for a reason. There's some reason this movie got recalled. And so it turns dark a little bit here, because I found that the two distributors that had to be the ones that made this, because there's a rainbow logo. There's a rainbow logo. It's the only thing I can remember about the box cover and distributors. It had this kind of rainbow logo. And the only two distributors at that time that had rainbow logos like that significantly, whereas that obvious, were one called FHE, which is Family Home Entertainment, which is run by Noel C. Bloom, the producer, the owner of that company. And the other one was run by Roger Corman, and that was New Concord Family Entertainment. And at that time, the DVDs hadn't come out yet. There was only a couple VHS titles that had that logo, but the logo had been out on some other ones. If you look at it, like, this is some incorrect reporting on some of the things you'll find. They say that had only come out in DVD form, but that's not true. You can go back and find some of the movies that had it. It's just when it made the transition from name escapes me, New Horizons. New Horizons became New Concord Family Entertainment, and some of those videos on VHS had that, and this was one of the first ones, if that's the truth. That's
because I remember the Family Home Entertainment logo being a rainbow.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
yeah, and so this was my first real good lead to do some gumshoe work. So I go and I look, and I look all over the place. I look for every record. If I watch a bunch of really bad movies, I read every cast of characters, trying to find the cast, all these things. And I'm thinking it's New Concord Family Entertainment, because one of the movies I thought that I got with it was The Skateboard Kid, which would work out perfectly, because the attic scene in The Skateboard Kid, that looks like the same attic. It really does. It's a perfect kind of production value, special effects, all that stuff would be perfect. But nothing really worked out for them. And so I looked at Noel C. Bloom, and this is where, like I said, it turns dark. You start looking for the seedy underbelly of Hollywood. And I'm not saying this guy is a bad guy or anything like that, but he did start meeting some criteria. It turns out that Mr. Bloom was, he got a start back in the 70s in the San Francisco Bay Area doing, they had, back then, without the internet, they used to have these porno arcades where people would go in and pay money to watch these porno reels in their private booths and stuff.
Like a Nickelodeon.
Like a Nickelodeon, but for porno, yeah. And he was a guy that made those film reels that got distributed throughout California and eventually throughout the country and beyond. So that was really his start in the show business. Really was making these porno reels for specifically in the Bay Area, and I started looking at that, and a lot of organized crime comes into the pornographic industry back then in the 70s, and so this starts to match up a little bit. Okay, now if organized crime's involved, right? That's like the only thing powerful and scary enough maybe to make this movie disappear. So I think that's a worthy lead. So I start following that. And I find that he founded Caballero Home Video, which is a porno studio in 1974. And it was originally called Caballero Control Group, CCC. Interesting, Caballero Control Group. But it had a rainbow logo. It had another rainbow logo on it, right? So now I got some matches here. It's like, okay, I got the rainbow logo again. I got the rainbow logo. I got the rainbow logo for Family Home Entertainment. I got it on Caballero. I'm starting to see this rainbow connection, right? And then I do some more research on the guy, and it turns out that he has the largest private collection of old movie cameras, and film studio equipment in the world. But not this is something that's going to be a bad thing. I mean, Tom Hanks has the biggest collection of private typewriter collection in the world. It's just something people collect something, right? And he's got the money to do it. So
Corona on there's happening. I'm just saying, but yeah, go ahead.
I know, yeah, isn't that funny? Yeah, that is funny. So anyway, I know this is going around the horn, but it does lead somewhere.
No. I mean, it does seem like that would be a connection with the rainbow logo, supposedly having connections as being another underground symbol for pedophilia. It's very interesting. Founding Caballero Home Video, Noel C. Bloom founding that, which would be a pornographic film studio, but also later founding Artisan Entertainment. Bloom did not Artisan Entertainment too, didn't he? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, Live. So people who don't know, like outside the video business, I know this because I was in it during the season, and so I already knew about a lot of this stuff. It was pretty convoluted, because what happened was there was a lot of independent video studio going direct to video production companies, because they were capitalizing on the fact you could go make a pretty good movie, sell it to a video store at generally low cost, but pretty good production value still, and make a ton of money without cutting out the middleman, basically the studio. So there was a ton of these independent movie studios, and FHE was kind of in the middle of this because there was Artisan and these other things. There's all these different groups. Vestron, which is a little bit better one, but it was also snapped up by it became part of Live with Noel C. Bloom. And what happened was that the studios just basically bought everybody out. The video crash happened for the producers, not so much for the stores yet, but for the producers, because they wouldn't sell their reproduction rights for some of their movies as cheaply anymore, and they started losing revenue. The independents did, and they just couldn't sell enough to get it out there. So that got consolidated into Miramax, to Live, to Artisan, to Miramax. I already mentioned Miramax. Just a ton of these bigger conglomerates that were based on these indie studios, and that was one of them, right? So. And this gets us back to New Concord Family Entertainment, which was a bunch of movies were bought out by Roger Corman, and then back to Family Home Entertainment, which is bought out by Noel C. Bloom. So this is the time frame where Noel C. Bloom as a producer is going legit, so to speak, right? Now it's debatable if you can call Caballero as adult film thing being legit. I'd say not yet, right? But he goes from there to kids movies. Now I guess he had to change it hard or whatever, but he stayed involved with Caballero too, and that was his main moneymaker still. And he got into better and more meaningful movies. Well, about this time. And this is where things got interesting to me, and this is why I reached out for a private investigator. About this time, I had an ill-funded GoFundMe campaign to get a private investigator, because it's just got too much for me to go beyond where I was at. I didn't have the resources personally to just keep pursuing this. But where it went was, and this is where the leads went, and I'm just telling you where the leads went, and this is where I stopped. And it's kind of, you get an exclusive here because nobody really knows this yet, not that many people anyway. And so what happened was that all these leads are pointing to it. It's got to be Noel Bloom. It's got to be Noel Bloom. It has to be. I mean, everything's tying to him. I mean, the logo, the circumstances, all these things, all the people involved, and it turns out that looking at what I recall about the Sinbad Genie movie was that it didn't look like it was like necessarily current for 1993. It looked like it might have been filmed before that. So it could have been filmed earlier, like 89, 90, 91, but just got released. And not saying for sure it's 93 because I can't prove that either, right? But that's about the time I'm pretty sure that I got it. And so I'm thinking, well, what would make it stay off the shelf? And it turned out this merging of all these independent studios and going into Live and going all these other, so Miramax, all these Artisan. That's exactly the time frame this would happen. So this would be something that was sitting on the shelf. Maybe never got into post-production. That it was just somebody had in their inventory and never really knew what it was. It never went through proper editing or post production. It was just a work in progress, right? And this started to make sense to me that okay, now somebody happens to look at this movie and finds out Sinbad's in it at the time when Sinbad's career is escalating, and that the people involved aren't they don't have the rights anymore, and they can release this movie and take advantage of making the quick buck off of Sinbad, right? So his popularity. It makes sense, right? I mean, it totally makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, this leads me to where it gets interesting and scary, right? Is that there's this guy that he had been working in the industry for a long time, but in music, signing music people. And he had signed the Eurythmics, he had signed Duran Duran, he had signed Menudo. And there was some controversy about Menudo and Michael Jackson and what's his name, Ricky Martin, right? Because Ricky Martin's had photos of him when he was 12 found in Michael Jackson's closet, right? Like when Michael Jackson died and stuff. I don't know if it was when he died, but it was just some kind of search thing they did. He had these photos of Ricky Martin, and Ricky Martin says he was never, sexually assaulted by Michael Jackson. But the common link was this guy, because this guy was hired by Noel C. Bloom to be the distributor and in charge of the film distribution, the video distribution stuff of live entertainment, slant, family, home entertainment. And his name was Jose Menendez. Now, if that name sounds familiar to people, it should. Jose Menendez is the man, along with his wife Kitty, who was murdered in August 20th, 1989 by Lyle and Eric Menendez, the Menendez brothers.
Jeez.
Yeah. So now you can see why I want a private investigator and I wanted to get some help on this, right? Like, okay, if this is for real, right? This starts to make sense because they didn't get apprehended until 1990, but their trial wasn't until 1993. And it was the first televised trial on court TV. Became like the first reality TV show in a way, right? People were captivated by this. So now we're looking at the time frame. 1993 is the trial. The distributors, Jose Menendez. The film, which may have been laid forgotten all this time, is in his custody, potentially, when he's murdered. Now, okay, 1989 to 1993 seems like a long time, and it is. So how would this movie manifest itself? Well, I never did get the, like I said, it was an ill-fated GoFundMe campaign. So I started looking on my own. And I don't like looking at gore and crime scenes and things like that. Mm-hmm. And it really bothers me. I feel it, like my stomach turns and stuff. I just don't want to see that stuff. But I started finding all these files. I mean, all these old movie crime scene photos the police made of the Menendez murder scene. And while I'm looking at this stuff, and I thought I had it. I did. I thought, this is it. I finally solved the case. This is it, right? There's a camera pans around the room. There's a big screen TV on now. Jose Menendez is on the couch. He's dead. And he's in front of the TV set. And the TV set's one of these like rear projector TVs that were popular back in 1989. So
yes.
It was his home theater. So you're seeing it from a slant perspective. So you're not seeing it full on. So you can't make out. You're gonna have narrow images as opposed to full on image. But right there is a character wearing the flowing like silk genie outfit with a turban. I'm like, oh my God, I found it. Like I'm just so jazzed. I found it, right? For a minute, I thought I had it. And I looked some more, and it looks like there's two kids in the background and like on the stairwell, like maybe go up the attic. Like, this is it, this is it. Well, it turns out I had to slow down, look at it some more, do some more stuff, let my excitement tone down. And it ended up being that I think it's a medieval movie, and it's actually the girl in the front, some horse ran through the street or something. And it's like, okay, it can't be it. It can't be. But I was so close, and it made so much sense. And actually, in the context of what I found it made perfect sense that this movie was only distributed to, say, 300 vendors throughout the country. Like maybe there's only 300 tapes even sent out to people before it got recalled. And if this did have organized crime connections, because of something in the movie that is incriminating, it wouldn't take much to send a couple goons out to all these different independent video stores, because you had to buy it from a distributor, right? And just rent them and wreck them or never bring them back or destroy them. But 300, if you think about 300 tapes, it may not sound like a lot, or 300 locations, but you think about that like it's on screens of a movie theater. Thousands and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands and millions of people will see that, if nothing else but the movie box, the rental box, in the time between its release and the time it gets mysteriously vanquished, right? So it's possible. And this was a time before the internet was really what it is today, and you could make a movie disappear. It's like the last years you can maybe make something like that happen. Now, I'm not sure that's the way it happened, but that's where I left.
But that would also explain the reason why Sinbad hasn't, he won't admit that he was in the movie.
If you don't get killed. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that definitely, you're investigating, which you did more investigating more than anybody else I've heard of as far as the Mandela effect research. I will give you props for that, Epic. But I will give you props that it did turn out a very seedy underbelly of Hollywood, of the left side of the world order, that's not really talked about. I didn't know anything about. I've heard the Menendez brothers murdering their parents forever, but I had no idea that Jose Menendez was an entertainment executive. I mean, you always hear about, the Menendez brothers, killed, their father and mother, as they were watching, television, he shot them. You always say that, but I never. Maybe I just didn't hear it, or maybe I'm just mistaken, but I never heard that he was entertainment executive. And you're right, he worked with Bloom. So maybe there's something else more nefarious going on with this than we could ever imagine.
It's possible. You know what? We might have to do a part 2 on this, John, because we haven't even got into some of the theories about the Mandela effect and how I eventually became a moderator, and some of the theories we've seen and explored over the years. There's so much there. Yeah. But I think this you got an exclusive on the epic theory of where it left off on the Missing Sinbad Genie movie, and I think now it's going to get some traction. People are going to hear this and they're going to go look for themselves. And hey, it's there. I mean, it's not like this is something that isn't there. It is there. Now, I will say that it's become increasingly hard to find that footage of this crime scene, but you can find it, and it's also increasingly hard to find more information about Noel C. Bloom. He's become something of a ghost since my investigation.
Yeah, when I look on Wikipedia, there's like a paragraph.
Yeah, there used to be all kinds of things.
Yeah, like there's nothing, So again, that makes me even raise even another greater eyebrow, because this guy was. It reminds me of supposedly Council for National Policy member Ali Alexander. He's a Twitter celebrity for the right wing of the world order. His real name's Ali Akbar. He's funded by the Mercers. You'll see him talk about how we used to know who Ben Shapiro's mother was. All right, she's been there. Like she used to be able to Google. Ben Shapiro's mother and know who she was, all right? That she was an executive, okay? In the entertainment business, a very high-up executive. And that Ali Alexander claims that Ben Shapiro, deleted that off the internet. And I spent hours, trying to figure out who, because Ben Shapiro's dad's out there. He likes baseball. Ben wrote a book about him, and there's a stream you can listen to with Ben's sister Abigail Shapiro talking with their father about baseball. And actually, it's funny because if you go to the YouTube page for that interview, people are saying Ben's dad actually seems like he's a decent guy, because Ben Shapiro is just a horrible Zionist, just swamp dweller. Okay, so it's just very funny that you can't find who his mother is and who his mother works for. So it's so with the Bloom and everything. Why is there so little information? If he was so involved in the entertainment industry, which we know he was, I mean, just for me looking, him up, for about 30 minutes before we did this interview, it's obviously he founded many different Hollywood entertainment companies. But when you look at, literally, you can go to his Wikipedia, like I'll show it on screen right now. It is literally just a paragraph. It's literally just a paragraph. It's
and that paragraph.
Look, he founded, Artisan Entertainment, Family Home Entertainment, Calabria Home Video, but that's all it is. It's like, okay, so this guy's a major executive, major businessman, entertainment industry, and look, that's all you get is that's suspect. That's suspect.
Well, fortunately, I have some of the stuff on screencast, they call it, from TechSmith. You can screen capture some stuff on hard drive and some other things. So I did manage to capture some of this stuff, but he went totally ghost black. I'm telling you, like around 2017. That same paragraph you're talking about is like on almost everything, every website you find, they just quote that same one-line phrase, basically giving his write-up of who he is. Before that, there's an excerpt from a book about that's where that came from, about him having the largest film collection, not film collection, but film equipment collection. There's a book, pretty lengthy book about numerous topics, but he's featured prominently in there about that. And so there used to be that. You could find more about him, and like I said, the how he started in San Francisco. He's an LA guy, but it was the San Francisco pornography industry that where he really got to start. And actually, some of the most famous landmark people in that industry, he was, no pun intended, intimately involved with. Marilyn Chambers, and I won't go through the movies she made, but those definitely were making the porn industry mainstream at that time.
They were
Tracy Lords. Triple X movies.
They were.
Yes. Yeah.
So, but again, you and I have done research too. Is the rainbow? Why use the rainbow? Rainbow, it could be, some people could argue, as a sign for homosexuality, making a mockery of the original covenant of Noah, being put forth by God. But it also seems that it like pizza, cheese pizza for CP, or other commonly, like the FBI pictures of certain pedophile symbols. Why would you use the rainbow for your porn industry, but also use the rainbow for your family entertainment industry?
Yeah, and specifically under the rainbow is a big part of it. Under the rainbow, and in the course of this, I did find some really disturbing things related to the rainbow. I saved all that data for a future date because it's not related to the Mandela effect. But yeah, that well, maybe it is in a way, but that is really amazing. That, talk about city underbelly of Hollywood. That exposed a lot of things. And this goes to. We better not get into it. We'll go a long time talking about it.
Yes.
And I don't want to detract from our subject matter, but just trust me on this one. The amount of research I did with Sinbad is I put almost that much into this rainbow thing because it's there. There's a lot to that. There's a whole thing about that that I don't think anybody's really addressed properly. And it's one of those things that, like a lot of these logos and signs, that when the public gets, it becomes common knowledge, it just kind of goes away or becomes less than it was at the time. Like learning Freemason symbols or something like that doesn't mean as much now as it did when it was secret, because now it's common knowledge, so it lacks its luster now. But there's definitely some things with the rainbow logo, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and I mean, that story you told about the Mandela effect and the Sinbad Genie movie is something, man. It really is. It really turned a dark turd. It went from a man trying to figure out, and I know I had this movie, when I worked at my, uncle's video store, to like the city underbelly of Hollywood.
Completely, yeah. I did
mean,
reach out. I reached out GoFundMe account. I mean, 'cause I knew what I had. You know what I mean? I knew this is more than me. I need some help, right? And I got beat up on a no GoFundMe. Let's call it no fund me. That's a Freudian slip
no
there.
fun.
but yeah, and it turns out that you have to join Facebook to make a GoFundMe account.
Yes.
And I prided myself on never being involved with Facebook, and I had to do it just for that. And yeah, I was happy to take it down when I got such a negative reaction. If I had a bearded dragon lizard at the time, if it broke its leg, I would have had $10,000 in a day. But trying just to, what happens to Sinbad Genie movie? It might help me find that's all I was trying to do, is get a private investigator to put some time in on this.
Well,
so now that it's out there,
hopefully we'll be able to, so we'll get down to the bottom of Bloom and everything, because now you got me interested on both parts. Does the movie exist? Was it taken away by the mob? Was it truly a Mandela effect? Or did it have incriminating evidence on it? Now we got a theory separate from the Mandela in a lot of ways, of things that could explain exactly what happened. But yeah, Epic, I definitely want to thank you for coming on, brother. And I definitely want to have you on again for a follow-up on the Mandela effect, if you don't mind, for us to discuss more theories associated with it. Since you are one of the foremost researchers into the Mandela effect, and it is very interesting to have you on. I want to thank you for allowing me to interview you about it.
Well, thanks for having me. It's my pleasure.
Yeah. Okay. to Dudes Talking episode 55, part 2 of the Mandela Effect, with the Epic Journeyman. Epic, are you there?
I'm here.
Good. I'm glad people have been looking forward for this episode for us to discuss the intricacies of the Mandela Effect. So, to finish up what we talked about last stream that I had you on to cover the Mandela Effect Part 1, we were discussing the Sinbad Genie movie, which some people have termed Shazam, and its connections to Noel C. Bloom and Family Home Entertainment, and that it being a limited release only for rent in like Blockbuster videos or like mom and pop rental places, and that your theory was because there's something incriminating on that film or that was not supposed to be released, that they were bought back, and that is why there's no existing copies of the movie today. Am I correct? And
basically, yeah, that's the gist of the theory, because when I ordered it, Sinbad was just getting popular. I mean, he had his HBO specials and things like that. People knew who he was, but he hadn't been a star or leading man in a movie yet. And so when I saw this movie kind of in the middle of the flyer, not really promoted, it's being promoted with a 2-for-1, not 2-for-1, but a 2-pack with other movies you could choose from to have sent with it. And or that cheap. It was like I said, $14.99 before. It was like $17.99 or 2 movies for $34, and after tax came $38 or whatever. But it just said Sinbad, and it's like, really, is Sinbad the comedian? Like, yeah, it says it is. So I ordered it, and I was jazzed at the time because I thought it's going to be cool. Sinbad's emerging in his popularity. It's going to be a good renter. I'm buying it on the cheap, and. After about 10 minutes, I mean, the first 10 minutes was really good, but I realized why. It was just it was awful. It was awful in the middle. It was never finished edited, in my opinion. It was never finished in post-production, just raw footage in the middle, really cheesy and corny, kind of like a Nickelodeon movie. So, but we were discussing last interview, was that I started following these connections because chasing originally Roger Corman down, it was down to Richard Corman's New Concord Family Entertainment and FHE Family Home Entertainment, because they both had rainbow logos, and I knew it had a rainbow logo on the box for the production company. And Roger Corman ended up being a dead end. I found some interesting things with Corman along the way, like the Fantastic Four movie that he tried to bury, basically filmed and was never meant to be seen. People knew about it because it's a comic book base. You're never going to hide anything from people who saw that at a comic book convention, but the print disappeared. So it gave me the incentive to keep following the other direction, and I was shocked and amazed to find out just all the depths and seedy underbelly of Hollywood that Noel Bloom was involved in, and the fact that he became a ghost. All his records on the internet basically were erased. I mean, all you have is one paragraph we talked about now about him. But here he's this guy who's a major player in the pornography industry. He's the guy who started Caballero Home Entertainment. He's the guy who started all those film reels. He had ties to the mafia, and this is where we didn't get a chance to elaborate, and so we're going to elaborate some here. Along the way, I found out he was involved with a crime family called the, I think it's pronounced Bonanno crime family. And this is the thing that when we brought out his association with Jose Menendez, famous for the Menendez brother killings, the slayings in 1989, and his association and claimed association as accusations of him being a pedophile by Menudo, members of the boy band Menudo, things involved with Michael Jackson, not Michael Jackson himself, but other people who were associated with him at that time frame. And then this, of course, during the trial, the children accused him of being a pedophile. And I'm not saying that he was, but it's interesting that this is the major thing where they tied together was through Menendez, because it turns out when Eric Menendez was interviewed during, post-murder after the crime scene when they're interviewing the kids, he fingers Noel C. Bloom. He says Noel C. Bloom and his dad, Jose Menendez, keep what I call him Menendez, had an argument, and they had a big falling out right before the murder, and that Bloom was associated with the Bonanno crime family, and that he's the one who killed his dad. I mean, that's the thing, So the fact that he said that, I don't know, he's always trying to save his own skin, but there's another tie-in that just has this weird tie back to organized crime, and that would explain a lot. I mean, that would explain how a movie that was never supposed to be seen, basically in the first place, would become recalled. Maybe only had a couple hundred copies out in the field, so to speak, and yeah, that made sense to me. So, I mean, it's just a plausible explanation, because the alternative is, of course, it's the greatest Mandela effect of all time, because it's an entire movie that disappeared. Not we've all seen, but a bunch of us have seen this movie, and those of us who have seen it know we saw it. So either there's a logical reason, which could go something like this crime family intervening and it being recalled and having the copies are out in the field, so to speak, either recalled or just rented and never brought back or destroyed. I mean, there's only a couple hundred out there, which it's likely, then that would be a possible thing to do in the days before the internet like it is today. There was no Google back then, You couldn't look up something on a search engine like that and have access to all this information. There's very little information like that available, what search engines they had, because data was just being put in still in the early days like that. So, yeah, it seemed like that was a plausible explanation. So that's where we left off.
So,
that the alternative, of course, is the greatest Mandela effect of all time.
So epic. To circle back to Noel C. Bloom and some of the research I did, is he was actually in one of the United States Attorney Generals under Reagan. I can't remember exactly which one. One of their reports. It might have been. I don't want to say it's. Anyway, one of them and mentioned that he had connections to pornography and also organized crime, and they mentioned Michael Zaffarino as being who Bloom was doing business with as a major Los Angeles-based distributor of pornography at the time. So I found that to be very interesting. My guess is it probably, I want to say it was probably Edwin Meese III. Was probably the one, because Meese wrote a lot about
Meese was
pornography.
big into the anti-pornography, yeah, probably.
So I think it was probably him. But yeah, this is very interesting. I'd actually like to do more research as a follow-up on the Menendez about this, dig in later on it. But yeah, it's very interesting. So,
well, one last tie-in we found while we're on that, before we leave that, I guess I thought was interesting. The brothers bought the shotguns supposedly at Big Five Sporting Goods in San Diego. And from looking at the picture they showed in the ABC footage, they're showing the cover, of the storefront. It's either the one on 666 Broadway in El Cajon, or it's the one down in Rosecrans. And if it's the one on Rosecrans, obviously the 666 address is more salacious and interesting from a viewer perspective, but it's likely probably the one on Rosecrans. And if that's the case, it's directly across the street from all the at that time, 1989, all the porn industry. It was right there in the middle of town with all the strip clubs and everything, and the adult video stores on Rosecrans, because the Navy base, NTC San Diego, was right up the street, and the guys would get out of boot camp, and that's where they'd go. So you had these places, seedy places like the Girls, the Body Shop, these adult video stores. So why would they go to San Diego? It kind of makes you wonder, because that's also, if you had to distribute some kind of underground pornography, that might be the place to go. There's your connection, your hub in San Diego. Just something to consider. Not that has anything to do with the Sinbad movie at all. Just a Menendez link that's worth looking into.
Connections, both to the Genevieve crime family and to Michael Zaffarino, that was part of the Bonino crime family. So there's two crime families that seem to be involved in this. So.
And they're part of the Five. They call it the Five, right? And I thought it was interesting that the guns were bought at Big Five. It just seems like a message was being sent in a way, because originally they really did think it was a mob hit. Everything about it made it like it was a mob hit. And of course the kids later confessed.
Yeah, very much so. So you have, two of the five crime families being involved in, and a lot of the crime families were involved. A lot of people don't realize it, were involved in the shooting and distribution of pornography from of its early stages in the 70s, in the 80s. Of course, the original Nickelodeons, as mentioned by Josh Reeves' Spellcasters movies, a lot of that was funded by people of Jewish descent back in the 1910s and 1920s. But it's very interesting that a lot of the Italian mob was very very up with the distribution and production of porn too as well. So that's interesting too. So to circle back to the Mandela effect, where do you want to go now?
Well, I think it's interesting to continue how it developed after. I came there for the Sinbad Genie movie in 2016 to Reddit. That's how I came upon the Mandela effect, and I've been there ever since. But that was the thing that brought me there. But the thing that kept me there was something called a flip-flop. It's the thing that made me know that it was actually a real thing. I mean, I was interested by some of the word changes and spelling changes and logo changes. That was interesting, but I could always, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I mean, I felt like it was real, but, you can't really tell. So you start researching and thinking in your own mind about what the explanations could be. But then I saw this flip-flop, and it was dealing with the movie Apollo 13. And anybody who's ever seen this happen, it's an experience. It's not a Mandela effect. It's an experience. You actually experience this. And there's been at least hundreds of people who've experienced this, if not thousands. So I have multiple posts over the years of people experiencing this. And what it is, you watch the familiar clip or movie, Apollo 13, but it's at the point where Houston, we have a problem, is spoken by Tom Hanks. And the camera angle goes to his face right there as he's facing into the camera as he tells ground control in Houston the problem. And what had happened prior to that was when you watch it, there's this BuzzFeed article talking about misquoted movies, and it'll say right there that the most misquoted movie is it's not Houston, we have a problem. It's Houston, we've had a problem. And when I came to that particular thread, I was looking, everything I could look at and find said the same thing. It was, you watch the clip, it said Houston, we've had a problem. And the camera angle is different too. It came from overhead, like behind the guys, which they did a lot of scenes like that in the movie because they were filming inside the ship and trying to give space and the sense of them floating around and stuff. But it comes across, I think it's Kevin Bacon. You see him kind of more from the side. And it's Houston, we've had a problem. And we watched this. There's probably 30, 40 people in that thread over the span of a day or two just looking at that while it's still really active. And we're like, yeah, it is. It's Houston, we've had a problem. We're wrong. I mean, we're just wrong. We've been hearing it wrong this whole time. It must be Houston, we've had a problem. And right as we're all accepting the fact that we're wrong, and Reddit was a lot better, I want to say back then in a sense, as far as people being interested lifetime and hanging on to a thread. I mean, it just seemed more lively, but that was at the time for that forum because everybody's kind of discovering the Mandela effect right there. It was a really exciting time for a lot of people. And this is 2016 for me. And what then happened was we go back, and I go to dinner or something, and I come back and I see a comment, it's changed back. I'm like, no, it didn't change back, whatever. I still have like windows open in my browser. I go there and I look, and sure enough, it's Houston, we have a problem again. I mean, just the way we all knew it the whole time. The camera angle's right, the phrase is right. Houston, we have a problem. I go and I search every single thing I can find, every clip I can find. People are saying their tapes have changed at home. Now, I don't know about tapes at home. I didn't have a tape at home. I'm just looking at digital media I can find online, on Vimeo and on different YouTube channels and things like that. And sure enough, they are all Houston, we have a problem. And we've just been looking at these, I mean, extensively, right? And when this changed, they all changed with no evidence that it had ever been the other way. And luckily, you have a clip up of one of the videos one of the guys put up that has some of the comment section that captured that from the same movie clips channel, and where people are talking, do you guys see that change, right? Because that disappeared about a week after this. When I experienced it, it completely vanished. The clip didn't vanish, but the comment section was reset. You see it's got like 1 million some odd views here. It got reset to 0, and it's got no comments, and it starts right over. Somebody reset the entire comment thread. So that's very suspicious to me, and this is something that of course happened. Now, to my thinking, it's an experience. It's not an effect. It's not a memory. I mean, this just happened. You know what I mean? It happened while I'm there, or in a couple minutes I'm away from the screen, right? So that's what really convinced me that something's afoot here. There is something real going on here.
Let me play this video quick, Epic, and we'll do a commentary.
Okay.
Months. months, do you remember reading about how the famous line from the Apollo 13 movie changed from Houston, we have a problem to Houston, we've had a problem in the past tense? And also the original audio changing to the past tense as well. I actually found out about that back in April. This is a screenshot of my browser history. So on April 14th, I watched Sean Indigo's video where he was strictly talking about the real mission audio changing to the past tense. And it looks like on the 19th is when I looked up the movie and actually watched the movie clip. And I remember when I watched it, sure enough, Tom Hanks said, Houston, we've had a problem. Now, my whole life it was always, we have a problem. I watched the movie several times. Whenever I heard someone talk about the original mission as well, it was always, Houston, we have a problem. Nothing was ever in the past tense. So that kind of blew me away a little bit. Plus, that was the second Tom Hanks line that I heard about being changed, also Forrest Gump. So that was interesting. And I remember telling a few friends and family members about it too, around that time. So yesterday, I happened to be on Reddit, and on the front page, there was a thread called Houston blank blank a problem. And I'm like, oh, I know about that one already. I read about that a couple months ago. But it was on the front page, so I was wondering why it had resurfaced to the front page, so I decided to take a look at it. And the original poster said, the famous line in the actual audio, not the movie, has gone from Houston, we have a problem, to Houston, we've had a problem. And I was like, wait a minute, they both changed to the past tense. What's this guy talking about? And as I scrolled down, I ran into this guy, Brother B. He said, this one is flipped back. Originally, the line from the movie was we have. Then it changed to we've had, with others being chided for misremembering it as we have. Now the movie has changed back to its original state. And then I scrolled down further and came across Bierstein State. And he said, the movie line has actually changed briefly recently, then changed back. You can find top number movie misquotes sites that still have the line as being misquoted as Houston, we have a problem, when the actual quote from the movie is Houston, we've had a problem. But when you watch their own link to the scene, it says the former. So their whole segment on this movie is incorrect now. And it's more than one site, or at least there were the last time I checked, that was a while ago. So he lists a few links here to Listverse, BuzzFeed, and Business Insider, so let's take a look at those. So this is Listverse and the top 15 film misquotes. So 14 is Apollo 13, and the misquote is, Houston, we have a problem. That's the misquote. Let's listen to the clip.
What did you do? Let's do the text. Whoa. Hey. This is Houston. Say again, please. Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, so he clearly said, Houston, we have a problem. So that's not the misquote. Even though they're saying the actual quote is, we've had a problem, the actual line is, Houston, we have a problem. Okay, so let's go to BuzzFeed. This is the 20 famous movie lines that you've been saying wrong. Number 1 is Apollo 13, misquote. Houston, we have a problem. We just listened to it. That's the actual line. Let's go to another one, BusinessInsider.com. Apollo 13, 1995. Popular quote, Houston, we have a problem. Actual quote, Houston, we've had a problem. Nope. This is the real one right here. Here's another one. ThoughtCatalog.com. Number 2, Apollo 13. Quoting it wrong. Houston, we have a problem. Nope, that's the correct quote. So all these misquote sites have it completely wrong. I mean, this is crazy. Let's see. So, to top this off, the old audio of the original mission is still in the past tense. So listen to this. Clearly past tense, and by the way, the title of this video is incorrect. It says, Houston, we have a problem, and clearly the audio says we've had. Okay, and to make this even weirder, so I went to Reddit and I typed in Apollo 13, and one thread came up that had to do with the movie, and this is from 5 months ago. So 5 months ago, they were talking about this exact same scenario where the movie line had changed from Houston, we have a problem, to Houston, we've had a problem, and then it changed back to Houston, we have a problem. So apparently this has happened more than once. This movie line keeps shifting back and forth. So I'm gonna post links to all these websites in the description. You guys can check them out for yourself. Yeah, this is a crazy one.
All right, Epic. So, what do you think about that?
Well, I experienced it. I saw it happen in lifetime too. I mean, there's no question about it. It's real. I mean, it happened to me. So I can 100% vouch for this. And when they changed back, every single source changed back too. What really tripped me out though, and I wasn't a moderator or anything yet. I'm just a guy. I just started on Reddit, and you'll find that if you look at I got a kick out of looking at the subscribers. There's only 17,000 subscribers on the page. This is a long time ago, right? It's 171 or something now, 1,000. But so we're all looking at this, and we're flabbergasted people in this group. But I find out when I go look quite a bit later, maybe a couple months later, I find out that it's been going on since at least 2015. And there's a video from a guy in England who claims he had it happen on his cassette tape, his VHS tape. And he's making his video, and it's from like a year earlier, like full-on year earlier. Well, in the time that I've been on Reddit since, and I've been checking it pretty much every day since, right? That experience has been shared by at least a couple dozen groups of people. But the thing is, when you go and look at it, like I've already experienced it. So I've already seen it go from we've had and back to we have, and the camera angle thing and all that. I've already seen it. So I get excited, well, I used to get excited anyway, when I'd see somebody post it, because I'm thinking, cool, I'll go back and I'll catch it again, right? And this time I'll have a screenshot. I'm going to catch this myself, and we'll catch it live time. When I go, it's just the way it's always been. It's we have a problem. That's all I see. And everybody else who's ever experienced it before, that's all they see. And in talking to people in the community, and we've discussed and had private messages and groups and stuff and brought it up on the chat, nobody's ever seen it go back and forth. It's been Houston we've had, which is wrong, right? And it changes back to what we know is right, Houston we have, and that never happens to anybody again. So even though other people are experiencing it live time, and you catch it like it just got posted, when you go look at it, it's not there. It's just the way it's always been. So you wonder, are these people trolling you? Is this fake? You know? But I can vouch for at least the one I saw, and the fact that there was a video from a year before that described the same thing that I had never seen previously. So I know at least in those two cases it was real. And the people who experienced it, they were just as flabbergasted as I was. So it got me thinking a lot about it, and how that there has to be a logical explanation for that. And there is a logical explanation for that. I mean, we're kind of caught in the past. I mean, I don't want to discredit the Mandela effect. That's not what I'm here for. I mean, because again, if this is real, flip-flops are the most intense things you're ever going to experience, honestly. I mean, that's because you experience them firsthand. You're not just maybe misremembering something. You experience it as it happens. And that'll change your perspective, which it did for me completely. And so what happens is you think about something like this, and we know now that Stanford University made a program called Face-to-Face back in 2008. And what it enabled you to do was do lifetime editing of broadcast in live time. And that could be broadcast on television. It could be something being watched on a stream. It could be anything, and change the actual facial expressions, the words, everything. Live time. I mean, using artificial intelligence back in 2008. And it's got better and better since. And if this sounds familiar to people who are listening to me describe it, that's because that is exactly the technology that the lesser quality, in my opinion, deep fakes are based on now. The stuff you can like go public domain basically, and just get the software and let your computer crunch and stuff and make that happen. These computer programs that Stanford made do it in live time. So now we know that there's a major university, SRI, involved in this, and they have the method to do it. But that's not good enough. Okay, why would they do it? Well, they're a psychology in the group. They have their psychology group on campus. Maybe they would want to do it that way, some kind of test. I mean, that's possible. Or maybe something like DARPA would be interested. That's possible too. But then I found out there's actually commercial, and we got it up there on the screen, a commercial company called Myriad. It's a British company, and they took this technology and starting in 2011, started retroactively editing movies and television shows to where they'll change the backgrounds, they'll change the cars. I mean, literally the car, like let's say you're driving a Maserati, they'll change it to a Volvo or something, whatever they want to advertise at that time. And it's seamless. You would never know the difference. You'd think that's the way it is. Not only that, but things on the bookshelf, television shows playing in the background. Like if you're watching a show from, let's say, 2015, and they want to show a current ad from 2017 for a beer commercial or something, they'll put that on the screen in the background, or on the bus stop on the poster, there at the bus stop, or all just things you're not supposed to notice, but they do it, and they've been doing it for almost 9 years now. I mean, professionally, and it's uncanny how good it is too. So here it is, people are actually paying this company to do that for them. So now you look at the fact that it's something in the real world that's being used commercially. It doesn't even have to be on the level of a research group at a university or a DARPA grant. It's being used for profit. It's a private venture. And these are people doing it for profit. So we're dealing in a world now where the ability to hijack an IP address and put something on your screen separate to what everybody else is seeing is not only a possibility, it's likely being done. So as much as I would hate to people get mad, the Mandela Effect community, by me trying to explain something like this and making an excuse. Let me say that does not solve many other Mandela effects. It does not solve how things change in your own house. It doesn't change how verses in the Bible change. It doesn't change how, nothing like that. This explains it all. But this particular aspect of it, things changing digitally in digital form on your screen, yes, it does explain that. And you have to at least consider that. And so that was the first thing that I really saw that gave me some kind of comfort, so to speak, that this might be explainable. It's still not cool. You know what I mean? It's not cool people are doing that to you. Well, I didn't authorize them to do that. At least I didn't think I did. Until I watched a documentary called Terms and Conditions May Apply, which I kind of knew already, but they're talking about end-user license agreements and how we all agree to things we never even dreamed of, all the time in small print. So it's as simple as that, potentially.
So,
but the next one I saw, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I'm going to play the video, the little ad that they have real quick. I just want to tell two things that happened to me, and I wonder if it happened to you, Epic, or anything that happened in the chat. Okay? So there's two instances that I know that I read news articles that were later reported again as news again. Okay? Like they had not been reported beforehand, like it's brand new news. So much so that when I went to search to find if it had been reported previously beforehand, I couldn't find anything alluding to it at all. All right. Now, one is kind of benign. All right. It was this burrito place in Portland. It was called Kook's Burritos. It showed up on Drudge Report during December 2016, because I remember it was Christmas season. I was sitting in my recliner in my living room, reading this article put up that these owners of this Portland burrito place, Epic, these two women had went down to Mexico and they stealed this homemade burrito recipe from watching a woman in her house through a Mexican woman in her house through the window make tortillas. They all blamed them over cultural appropriation, and they were attacking their business or whatever. And I remember seeing it months later when it showed up. I think it was sometime in May of 2017, and I was like, wait a minute, I've already read this, and going back and looking at, because I almost felt like I was being, I don't want to say gaslit is the right word, but I don't know, I felt maybe I'm losing my mind or something, so I went back and looked, right, and I couldn't find it. And so that was one time that it happened. Now, another time that it happened around the same time was, people might remember the so-called, I guess she was actually, leaker of classified material to The Intercept, a Reality Winner. She had such a weird, name as Reality Winner. And that's a name that sticks out, right? It isn't like John Roberts, so it's kind of like a weird name. So I remember that that the news came out about her leak. I want to say it was around. I remember seeing it was like early 2017. It was like in January or February. I remember 4chan and 8chan were talking a lot about it because it just had been after Donald Trump was elected, and they were looking into start about the allegations of Russia spying. And then I remember, everybody making a big deal about her name and everything. And then around the same time, this is almost like along with the Kook's burrito thing, where all of a sudden it just popped up in the news again and people were talking about it again. I want to say it was like in June. Like it was a brand new thing. Like no one had ever talked about it previously beforehand. So again, I was like, what's going on here? Like, am I losing my mind? And look, I understand it sounds crazy. It sounds crazy to me. I still don't want it to believe it to be true. But I've talked to other people who have had similar circumstances of them, in everybody's mind's like a goldfish for the most part, so they could easily be reporting on stuff twice, right? So I just don't know. Like I hate to say that those things are real because I have no idea, and it could just be me. I don't know. It's just subjective. I have no proof.
Use the term. But use the term being gaslit, and that's exactly what it's like. That's exactly what it's like. No, a lot of us in the so-called community and outside that are paying attention to this, that happens a lot. That happens a lot. Not just the ones you just mentioned there. That happens quite a bit. Where something shows up in the news, you've read it. It was a month and a half ago. It's 2 months ago. Whatever. It comes up again like it's brand new. And you go look to see the old article, and the old article's not there. And that is exactly what this is like. It's exactly like being gaslit. And I think it's a good time to look at this clip because we can kind of tie this in and get into more exotic theories too. So we'll show you how something can happen, and then get the more exotic theories about why it may be happening.
Because I'm glad I'm not the only one, because there's been one or two friends of mine that really look at the news and really read Drudge Report on a daily basis, and they've done separate things that they have noticed that are separate to mine. So I don't know if they're just reporting the same news or what. I don't know. Maybe it's just all in my head. I don't know. I don't think it is, but it's just something that I've noticed. So let's play this clip. So their AI analyzes footage for insertion opportunities and then identifies locales, key moments, and determines the relevance for brand verticals. The newly created inventory is turned into campaigns that put brands, videos, products, and signage into the emotional context of the content. So right there you see that they put a now ad that wasn't previously there in the footage that was shot to discuss about cars. The platform easily scales campaigns across episodes, shows, and networks on linear and digital. So they imported in there. Now, DK Wilson said in the chat there was a gap in the reality winter reporting. She was first accosted at her home and then some reporting. Then around the time her case was to begin, the news again wrapped up again. Yeah, DK Wilson, but again, was that 6 months or was it only a few months? Because I remember the story about reality winter being reported on 4chan and 8chan. It was almost the beginning of the year. It was slightly after the new year, if I remember. There might have been that much of a difference in the reporting. It could just easily be that. But, go back to your point, Epic. Using this myriad technology, they can digitally insert things, and analyze footage to add in anything. You know, they claim here ads, but it could be really used for anything.
It could be anything, right? I mean, all Running Man with the combat scene in Running Man, totally. They could just put any props they want in there. They map the whole environment and can put anything. And one of the earlier ads they had, it might be, I'm sure it's on the website still, is they have a girl leaning up against a car. The car is like I want to say it's like a Volvo. And then they scan it, and it's a totally different color, whatever it is, but it ends up being a silver, I think, Mercedes. I think it's a Mercedes convertible. I haven't seen it in a while. But, I mean, it's a totally different car. It's right there. And the reason that's important is because the other flip-flop that I personally witnessed, and I can, again, vouch for, is the Back to the Future van. And that blew a lot of people away. And that's happened twice that I know of. I only saw it the one time. But the time I saw it, I mean, I can definitely vouch for it. So what it is we all know that in Back to the Future, it's a VW van that the terrorists are in when Marty and Doc Brown are at the Twin Pines Mall in the parking lot, and the terrorists show up, and they pop the hatch and, start yelling something in Libyan, Arabic, and chase after him, and he takes off in the car, right? Well, that VW van no longer was a VW van. What it was a kind of a beige or light colored Toyota van with a top, a slide top. I don't know what the model of it is. I've seen it, but I can't recall the model. But that's what it was. And same thing. We're all watching it. We're like, well, that's weird. I mean, I guess that's what it is, right? We all thought it's a VW van, but it's the exact same thing. We're all to the point of agreement almost. Like we've all convinced ourselves, communicating back and forth in the thread over a matter of a couple hours or a day or two, probably a day and a half or something. And same thing happened. It goes back to VW. And again, this is something you experience. It's not something you were misremembering. You were just looking at it. Right? So this myriad, this exactly is that. It's exactly what it does. So, and it's been around since 2011. So there is potentially a logical explanation for this. It's not a good one. It means somebody's hijacking your IP. I didn't think I gave them credit or authorization to do that, but it's possible. It's possible. But now we get into the exotic, because the exotic is what I was known for when I first got there, and still am kind of. I always have the wild theories still to this day. And but when this stuff was happening, people started turning to CERN. They didn't know about these companies yet. They didn't know about Face-to-Face with Stanford. They didn't know about Myriad. But we knew that they were doing these. The Large Hadron Collider was doing these experiments, famously for CERN in Switzerland, outside of Switzerland there, so on the border of France. So the reason people thought that way, now I need to point out, at that time on the Mandela Effect subreddit, I wasn't a moderator yet, and I got banned like 3-4 times for even bringing this stuff up, because they banned people from mentioning the Large Hadron Collider, because so many people were mentioning it that it got to be a nuisance to the people, the team at the time. And I can understand why, totally. But everybody was saying it without really explaining why it was, you know what I mean? And so we came up with code words, like I use Voldemort. I prefer to CERN to be Voldemort, and things like that, so we can still get our point across on the forum. And that's what led, rightfully so, me being banned back then. So, but the first theory that I came up with was basically the idea that you need a huge amount of energy to manipulate reality. And it's kind of like the idea, if you've seen the movie Forbidden Planet, there's this race called the Krill. They're long extinct. And the reason it's a forbidden planet, turns out, is because there's this device that amplifies people's thoughts. And the scientist who's there, has been using it, the same device the Krill used in the movie. And there's this underground, this huge underground base. Underground has all these generators and stuff to produce the power. And that's the idea, that he's producing this monster from the id that manifests itself in reality. And that's the sci-fi premise of the story. So the energy being generated from CERN and potentially crossing dimensions and manipulating parallel realms, parallel realities, to allow these little pinprick holes to bleed across from one parallel dimension to another, seemed plausible. And combined with the D-Wave computer at the time, which is, Geordie Rose was famously hyping it as gathering resources from other dimensions, kind of to hype it, but that's what he said in his talks. And that was the kind of the sci-fi angle a lot of people started to take. So that was the first thing. And what we've started to think is that's one of the more exotic theories. And I don't know if we want to go more into that realm or kind of start where I started, eventually became a moderator a year later. And then I kind of gave up on making those wild posts and actually moderating the forum. Had to take on the trolls and, kind of hung up my my post shoes for a little while. For the most part, the more exotic things. And, it'd be fair and balanced, basically, and treat both sides, skeptics and believers, experiencers alike. And you start to see a lot of theories come up, and they come down into different categories. But I will say that one of the ones that just gets rolled over and not talked about the most might be the most important one. It's the idea of hypnosis. It's the idea of mesmerism. What Franz Mesmer, back in 1770 or so, coined the term animal magnetism. It just became hypnosis, right? And that is an interesting topic, actually, because there are mass hallucinations and there are instances of mass hypnosis. So the question becomes, can that be done remotely? Can you be hypnotized over your monitor? Is that possible? Right? So I think that was interesting a foray into a realm not a lot of people talked about, because when you look at hypnotism now, nobody really explains it yet. I mean, they either believe in it or they don't, but scientifically, it's not really explained. It's an idea of a power of suggestion, and basically it's a placebo effect, or it's something really happening. And Franz Mesmer, I'm surprised they didn't make a movie about this guy. He was trained by Jesuits. He was a friend of Mozart. He was in King Louis XVI's realm there when he moved to France, to Paris. And he made this machine to do 20 people at a time, to cure them using mesmerism, right? And they'd dance around wildly in this ballroom and stuff and be cured, supposedly. Well, it's just kind of like the guys today with chickens, clucking like a chicken, or playing rock guitar riffs, air guitar and stuff never played before, singing like Taylor Swift or something, right? Knowing all the lyrics of songs supposedly don't know. Is that real? Is that real in a carnival, or are they all faking it? Well, I don't know, because people claim to have gone there and been hypnotized themselves, or to have the tape of their friend who really was just a guy in the audience. So it's one of those things that you'd think in the 21st century would have explained, but it's not. And it's really significant because it ties into so many things that we consider paranormal phenomena today. And we're going to start talking about the possibility of weaponized paranormal activity when we're talking about the Mandela effect. I mean, so it's a combination of science and the paranormal combined, what I like to call technomages. The combination of magic and science. And that's absolutely possible, because we're talking about something you don't know how it works, hypnosis. Yet it's used for regressive hypnosis therapy to recover old memories of whether it be alien abductions or childhood abuse or whatever else you might be, or to help you quit smoking. But you can't explain scientifically how it works. I mean, it's still an open debate in the 21st century, really? And those guys at the carnival really do that stuff? I mean, it doesn't add up, does it? I mean, it's one of those things that when you think about it, you do get a sense of cognitive dissonance, because how is that possible today, that still is an issue, right?
Well, I mean, they do have an idea that when you're in a state of hypnosis, if I remember correctly, your brain switches from theta waves, which are kind of like dreaming, that normally would express that, to I think delta waves, when you're very, very, very deep within hypnosis, which is like, when you're very deep sleep, the higher amount of delta waves are being shown, because I think it's alpha's when you're at rest, beta, if I remember, is when you're engaged and focused. So the brain is pretty much at a state of very just
suggestive.
Yes, at that point. So,
go to alpha state.
But they don't quite understand how hypnosis specifically puts the brain from an alpha wave pattern to a delta wave pattern, then to a gamma wave pattern. So it's very interesting that that's what happens. And now, so we kind of got an idea of the mechanics, but not necessarily how you get from point A to point B.
Right. Speaking of point A to point B, can you bring up that pyramid picture on
yes,
the channel? Or yeah, let's do that, and we kind of step through them a little bit. So this is after years of investigation and surveys. They did all kinds of surveys of the subscribers, and kind of came with this template to explore and step through the whole thing. We did a 6-week series of posts and all kinds of answers, just people answering the question. and I call it the Mandela Pyramid. But at the time, it was a series post called "Crossing the Rainbow Bridge with the Mandela Effect." It was all just questions, and people answered their own way, and that's what it was. So I don't see it on the screen, but I can bring it up on mine.
I brought it up now. It's up now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me move back here. I'm going to have to get my other controller here in a second. Whoops. Did I drop you on YouTube? Uh-oh.
No.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, okay. So it started with the series started with religion and belief systems because I wanted to find out if people with different religious belief systems, whether they be atheist or Abrahamic or Muslim or whatever, if that made a difference to the way that they experienced the effect. And it turned out that they didn't. After all the data came in, basically all the people answered their questions. It doesn't make a difference what religion you are at all. It seems to play no role whatsoever.
Now, it might play a role in how you look at it or the reason.
Yes, how you interpret it. Yes, how you interpret it, but not the actual experience itself. That's right.
Yes.
And what I did find, though, is there is one thing that sticks out on that, and that's the fact that two things, actually. Let me back up because I kind of lost my place when talking about it. It's funny. But one thing that stood up was languages. It wasn't religion and belief systems. It was languages. And it's logographic languages. Logographic-based languages like Chinese, Korean, Japanese have very few effects in that language. Very few. And that was the one thing that stood out. Like that was the only thing that stood out was that every other language that based whatever it might be, it could be which is an Arabic based or Germanic based language, anything like that. Those had it a lot, but even things that are Japanese, let's say like Pokemon, they didn't have the effect in the Japanese so much. It was in the American version, basically, reading the English version. So things that are actually all in logographic-based languages are highly impervious, it seems. They're not totally impervious. There's some, but it's the Mandela effect. I had some guy from China get with me a couple months back describing stuff from Hong Kong. But yeah, very rare, very rare. Other than that, though, it doesn't seem to matter what part of the world you're in. It's worldwide. So then we talk about psychology, hypnosis, and the paranormal. And this is where we're just talking about hypnosis, and psychology and the paranormal come into play here because this is something that, tracing back, we're just talking about on the technology angle with Stanford University, they were the first university to start a parapsychology division. I believe it was 1912. You can check me on that. It might be 1912 or 1920. Later it went to SRI rather in the 70s, but they were the first actual university that had a program like that. And the psychology ties in because it turns out that Franz Mesmer, he actually is considered the father of psychiatry because he actually started what we call psychiatry today. Essentially, it wasn't called psychiatry then, but that's what they trace it back to. So that's that link to him again. So in the paranormal, we research paranormal activity, and we find that what does it have? Why does it occur? And what does it have to do with belief? It ties back to belief because you believe you saw that UFO, you believe you saw that ghost, but did you really? I mean, if nobody else saw it and only you saw it, you believe it, but you have no proof, right? Very much like the Mandela effect. If nobody else experienced it with you, luckily we have a lot of people who did, but you don't have proof. That's a frustrating thing about the effect. It doesn't seem to leave proof, right? Just the memory of the event. So that's very much like a paranormal experience. And so it got me thinking about this tie-in to the scholastic world, or the that's not the right term, but the educational realm, and how a university research kind of environment, they would maybe perhaps experiment with these things. And it turns out that they did, right? They did. In a big way, they started doing it, especially in the 60s. It really started ramping it up in the 60s. And they had a guy named Andrea Beharic, I think that's his name. He's Serbian. I'm going to pronounce his name wrong. But he was a PhD, and he came back to Stanford. He's the guy who introduced the world to people like Uri Geller and started Project Stargate, all these other things, remote viewing. He was to the 70s to what's his name, the guy the Area 51 guy is today. I'll think of his name in a minute here, but yeah, so he just was on every TV show and involved, but going back to like the 50s, these seances and things like that. And the seances is where it gets interesting because they did the seance in Maine. People might know of, they explored this thing called the Nine. They contacted the Nine. And what really made that stand out, see if I have some notes here real quick online, so I don't have to go look for them. I'm going to have to go look for them, looks like. But yeah, the people involved, it was obviously Baharik started it. And then, oops, I'm in VR, so forgive me for browsing around here.
Anybody in the chat?
Andrea Baharik, yeah, he's an interesting cat. Well, we'll get into that in a minute. I don't seem to have the tab open. I want to misquote the guys' names that were involved, but it's interesting because it was Anne Bancroft was the mistress of Alan Dulles, right? And Alan Dulles obviously was tied into Stanford in the Project Midnight Climax and the MK Ultra experiments that came there with Timothy Leary and other people, and she was his mistress, but she was the owner of the Wall Street Journal and Dow Jones at the time. So these were all powerful, very wealthy people at this seance, this famous seance. And the other two people, that's why I want to find the names. I should just look up. If you look up the 9 seance, maybe you'll find it before I do. Because I'm doing it VR, I can't really find it. But the reason it's relevant is because this ties back to this actual study done at the university level where they were doing this. And it ties also into, later on, in 1962, the Stanford AI lab, artificial intelligence lab, because they were taking the work of Norbert Wiener and trying to make artificial intelligence. That's where it first started. And the very interesting thing about that work and what led to that work was that they were using kids who had disabilities, autistic kids and things originally, and deaf children and things like that.
I got the list. You ready? The list of the 9. I pulled up.
Yeah, pull it up. Read those people's names off.
Recluse's excellent blog. I have to give Recluse credit. Shout out to Recluse. The 9, as they say. So you have Henry and Georgia Jackson, Alice Bouvier, Marcella DuPont, Carl Betts, Vonnie Beck, Arthur and Ruth Young, and Andraja Purik.
Baharik. That's the guy. Yeah. That's the guy. Right. That's the link to all this.
Never had me pronounce any names ever. But
it's Undrea, right? Undrea. And I think it's Baharit, like Baharit, like a T almost. He's Serbian. I tried to look it up. It's too much. Yeah, I'm not exactly the best pronunciator of foreign languages. But yeah, so you're talking about the couple. That's the most interesting one. If the wife, you can reference the wife right there.
And Alice Bouvier apparently was originally Ava Alice Muriel Astor.
Yes,
so
her
she
dad
was a
died on
descendant of
Titanic.
John Jacob Astor.
Yes. Yeah, and well, what these people did. Okay, so they were really. What I want to get to. I found. Here it goes. I found my link too. So okay, so Arthur Young, Mary Bancroft, Marcella DuPont from the DuPont family, Alice Bouvier, Arthur Young, and his wife. So Arthur's wife Ruth Young. It's really interesting because her and Mary Bancroft became best friends. They ended up touring the world together, like later on as old ladies, basically. It's like, that they just hung out together. But so this wealthy group of people, they started this, and I wish I could remember the name, but they started this group from that kind of carried on the tradition. And Gene Roddenberry was one of those. And it all goes back to the Bay Area. This whole thing goes back to the Bay Area, goes back to Stanford, goes back to this study in parapsychology, right? And so you start finding out that the people that were brought in at that time frame were brought in there because of their skills to try to prove the existence potentially of this energy, what this animal magnetism injury that Mesmer brought up. This is a legitimate exploration into that, and the idea of the power of suggestion. So we don't know if this particular seance really happened or it's an urban legend. I mean, a real legend, but it was formed with intention, rather, to make people believe this, to bring something else about, just like that focused power of intention in the movie Forbidden Planet, right? That same kind of idea to manifest something in reality. So the exotic theory here is that the real things are more interesting than exotic right now. Arthur Young did the helicopter for Bell Helicopter, but his wife was friends with Oswald's wife, and Oswald was living at her house in Irving, Texas, when Oswald supposedly shot Kennedy. They watched the whole thing on TV. She was in the living room with them. Now, what are the odds of that happening is my question, first and foremost. That is not really possible, right? It's not possible to coincidence. It's not at all. So, and the fact that Mary Bancroft was Alan Dulis's mistress, and the fact that she turns out she was like the super spy, actually. There's all kinds of stuff about her. She was actually doing a lot of intelligence work also. So the point I'm trying to make here, is it's a labored point, I'm sorry, is that what this shows is that there was an effort to truly use the paranormal and the power of suggestion and focused intention to manipulate reality. And so the exotic theory goes that they found the code, if you will, of the holographic universe, and the idea to use something like a powerful source like CERN, the Large Hadron Collider, right, and the breaking apart of the fabric of space-time, ideally, to focus intention. So what this device becomes is what we would consider as Christians, perhaps, a prayer amplifier. It becomes an amplifier of the energy put into it, the concentrated focus into it. Now, that's just an exotic theory. So I was going to get to the exotic theories, and that's the exotic theory, and one of the many,
So I want to say, Epic, real quick. DK Wilson in the chat said Mary Bancroft was a spy. She dealt a bunch with Aleister Crowley, and if I'm not mistaken, was a good friend of one Barbara Bush when she was Barbara Pierce.
The Pierce family.
As well as Recluse said in his blog, even by the mid-1970s, the Nine had become big business. They had several wealthy backers, such as members of the Bronfman clan, Canada's richest family, and Italian nobleman Baron di Pauli. They would also gain celebrity backers, such as Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek. Roddenberry would go on to incorporate references into Star Trek via The Next Generation and Deep Space Nine. But yeah, the Bronfmans, of course, the Bronfmans being tied in with both the Council for National Policy and the Nexium cult with Claire Bronfman. Is very interesting. Very interesting. So.
Well, it gets better. It gets better. So the going back to the Stamper connection, there's a huge amount of that stuff, leaving the Mandela effect out of it. But this idea of the taking, we're talking about how Artificial Intelligence Lab in '62 is taking these. They're looking for Rain Man, essentially. They're trying to stretch the boundaries of the artificial intelligence by giving it data that was unusual. It was human behavior to map human psychology, the human mind. They're trying to map the human mind because Norbert Wiener's cybernetics book in 1948 suggested that feedback loops could do this. And the Macy's meetings in New York over a 9-year period were all about this, basically. And so this is a continuation of these ideas that you could use a massive network, a neural network based on feedback loops to mimic the human mind. And this is the basis of transhumanism, the idea that you can translate your consciousness into basically a computer mainframe and then transfer your consciousness that way into another body of your own choosing that can carry it. And so this idea of eternal life. And when we're talking, so this ties back to this nine because, and the intelligence connections there are undeniable, obviously, with that, because it shows that the American aristocracy, or just the wealthy, in the sense, they were really into spiritualism in that time frame. They were super into it, and they had the money and the finances and the resources to basically be in a separate group, apart from the government, apart from private business that we think of it today. They were just a group among themselves, kind of working on the down low. You had to be a member of that club. And Andrea Baharak is the guy who links them all together. But the interesting cat or character, she's not a cat. Norbert Wiener is the youngest person to ever get a PhD. But prior to him, the youngest person to enter the PhD program, and she was at Stanford, was a girl we know as Betty Ford. I'm reading her book right now. Not Betty Ford, the president's wife. That's her nickname is Betty Ford. It's actually, I think, her first name's Maria Betty Ford, and wait for the last name, Aquino. And the book I'm reading is Pegasus to Pin Feathers. It's her collection of poems that her son, you're going to love the name here, you'll recognize, Michael Aquino, compiled from her writings from her time at Stanford under the tutelage and the mentorship of Louis and Frederick Terman. The foreword's written by Louis Terman, and there's a bunch of newspaper articles about her being the Wunder kid, basically coming to Stanford at 14. So she goes to Paris, and this is at the time when they had opened up that parapsychology section at Stanford. So, and Louis Terman is the one who started that made that happen. So this is War Eagles talk about the Manhattan Project. This is the Manhattan Project of parapsychology, of the idea of making things manifest in reality through the power of our minds and focused intention. So it's an undeniable fact that there's no question that this stuff was going on to see if you can manipulate reality in some documentable way. And there never was supposedly any conclusive evidence that you could. Now, it's interesting that quantum physics started to prove that things really can be in two places at one time. It can be both, here and not at the same time. The whole interference pattern, observer effect, and Schrodinger's cat dilemma. And that's what's being tapped into. So if you manipulate that, perhaps you can manipulate something targeted in a small way. Instead of trying to change something big, like the color of the White House that everybody's going to see, maybe you can target something that through entanglement is a group of people that you've already identified and targeted. You can change it to them. And you could do it through something as like the Luce patents through your monitor, right? Henry Luce. Who, by the way, isn't a real person. I don't think he's. I'm sure that's a fake name, but he has all these patents about mind control through your electronic devices going back through the 70s. And yeah, that's not a real name, I'm sure. But here you go. Here's an Aquino connection, and we all know who Michael Aquino is. But going back to Stanford, going back to this parapsychology unit. So we're looking at that second tier, the psychology, hypnosis, and the paranormal. That's that. And that leads us to the parallel dimensions we're talking about: simulation theory, holographic universe, time travel, and the multiverse. I would say that time travel personally doesn't seem feasible, not to cause the Mandela effect, just because it would happen to everybody, I would think. So I think you could scratch that one off.
Yes, I think you can scratch that one off too, I agree.
And the holographic universe we're tying into how you can manipulate, if you could intercept the source wave, if you go like reality itself as a wave function that existed in wave form prior to becoming physical reality, if you could interfere with that and replace that, that's high end, obviously, theoretical physics and super conjecture, but that would be something you could maybe do.
Now, some
simulation
Christians
theory.
do believe when it comes to the Mandela effect that the source wave that comes from God, and Brad from Carolina played one guy who was pretty much discussing this. And I don't necessarily agree with it. I'm just saying that some people have said that Satan corrupts that, data in a way, and the fall corrupts it. So that's why you end up having Mandela effects, is because of that, supposedly. So.
Yeah, and I wrote a long article about that, the holographic universe one, and that's my favorite pet theory. Like if I'm going to go exotic, that's my favorite pet one. But really, Philip K. Dick brought about simulation theory. It gets credited to Nick Bostrom, and Nick Bostrom is definitely the scholar who made it, proposed it as a genuine theory. And he's a scholar. He's a PhD in philosophy and a number of other things. But he put this forward first as an actual scientific theory, and that's the idea that as time goes on, our computer power gets better and better. That we're not the only ones in the universe, of course, doing this, and that somewhere along the line, as Moore's law just keeps running away, right, and all these other things, what will happen is it'll become so great, the computational power becomes so great that you can simulate reality completely, a whole universe basically in a simulation, and that's his theory. There's three things in it. In the theory, but that's the one everybody clings to is that, and that explains a lot too. I mean, if you're running a simulation, then the architect or the designer or the programmer can change anything they want to at any given time. So that would explain partially that. So a lot of people adhere to that. And the parallel dimensions, the idea behind that one kind of gets into quantum immortality. And the two things in the surveys that I've done that the Mandela effect experiencers seem to have more than anybody else. I mean, the only two things that seem to stand out.
One quick, I want to say, it was called the digital physics argument for the existence of God, is what it's called. So if, you could explain the Mandela effect in that if the universe emanates from a divine mind, which would be God, then Satan and the fall of man can interfere with that emanation, and in doing so can lead to Mandela type effects. Now, I'm not saying I believe that, but there are some Christians who say that is possible. So,
and I wrote a post about that, and I updated it with some extra information. And that's the one people should look at. It's called "Seeing is Believing." but what if what we see isn't real? Seeing is believing. What if what we see isn't real? It's a long post, but it describes exactly how you could. It's like two projectors running side by side, and one takes the place. They're in sync, right? And one takes over for the other one. So it seems seamless to you, but you've actually now seen an altered scene. And that's, if you're talking about from a religious standpoint, Satan taking the source wave of God away and replacing it with his own. That's what that is. That's exactly describing that. I'm describing it more in a scientifically plausible way. I mean, exotic and not armchair, not super.
And that theory
science,
comes
obviously.
from the Christian apologetic Michael Jones, who's got a YouTube channel, Inspiring Philosophy. So let's continue. So let's go to technology next, which is above all that.
Well, let's just go real quick on parallel dimensions, because the things that what I was about to say was the two things that the Mandela effect experiencers seem to experience more than other people is either a near-death experience, right? That's the main one, a near-death experience. Well, we'll stick with the near-death experience, actually, because that ties into quantum immortality. And the idea behind quantum immortality is that there are parallel dimensions in the multiverse that exist all the time around us. And that when you die in one of them, it may be something you survived an event on your side, but in that reality, that dimension, you did die. You step into the next adjacent closest one. So you're now in a dimension that's every bit is almost exactly the same as the one you left, the closest one to the one you left, except for tiny little details where somebody went left instead of right one day or something, just tiny little details, right? And that's the idea behind parallel dimensions. Yeah, so technology we're talking about a little bit with the legitimate ones, with the Myriad and with face-to-face and the idea of deep fakes. And now it gets into things that are very real that are happening around us right now, and it's really artificial intelligence at the head of this. And the group of people who are working on it the most, that have the most resources right now, is the big three big five really, that dropped out of Stanford. 4 of them dropped out of Stanford. 1 of them graduated. And that's Peter Thiel with Palantir, Brian Johnson with Kernel, and Elon Musk with, of course, OpenAI and all the things he's doing, but mainly Neuralink. Neuralink is the one that's the big one for brain-machine interfaces. And, of course, Sergey Brin and Larry Page of Google. All those people, 4 of those quit the PhD program at Stanford to start their own companies. They're all in the same area in the Bay Area. They're all working together. And, in fact, Brian Johnson, Elon Musk, and what's his name, all worked with PayPal, Peter Thiel. They were all at PayPal together. Peter Thiel and Elon Musk started it, and then Brian Johnson had a company of his own and was bought out, and that became part of PayPal. And they left and started these other companies. So those three are tightly together. They're linked.
Are they
at the
considered
hip,
the
basically.
PayPal mafia, if I remember correctly?
Yes. Exactly.
Which I will say for a future video to tease you guys. Do you know who is supposedly all of their mentor?
For them, I do not. I have to expect it was Frederick Truman or William Shockley.
It is a man named Rod D. Martin.
I've heard that name, but
majority
I don't know
of them, really, like when you hear Peter Thiel talk about Rod D. Martin, he gushes. And so Rod D. Martin is, let me bring him up, is a long-term 20-plus year Council for National Policy member. And his website, of course, when you go to it, has him as Rod D. Martin. And it has him as futurist something or another. This is the guy that was behind, supposedly, the PayPal mafia. Entrepreneur, futurist, philosopher, capitalist, Rod D. Martin.
Yeah, it's amazing, actually, the people involved here. And what I'm trying to show through this, and it's probably not coherent yet, but it may never be, but it's that the idea that this wasn't something that just sprung out of nothing in 2016.
Yes.
It goes back a long way. They just didn't have the technology to realize what they were trying to achieve. They weren't able to do it. But now they can. I mean, when you look at, if you just combine Palantir, Kernel, and Neuralink by themselves, just those three, right? You're talking, this is brain-machine interfaces of the future that are going to tie us directly, to what they call mirror world. This digitally enhanced world. The cloud will be in the cloud. I mean, our reality will be a digital reality. It'll be indistinguishable from regular reality, except for these enhancements that come on and off. And people they'll become so accustomed to it that they'll be blind without it. They'll cry for it back, and that's what these guys are up to. I mean, that's really what they're doing. I mean, they make no bones about it. That's what they're trying to do, right? And then, of course, you have Sergey Brin and Larry Page over there at Google, who also have enormous resources and the power to do this. And the data scraping, the amount of data points they're gathering on every individual is just amazing and astonishing. But all you have to do is think about the idea that every single inch of reality is being mapped. And this is where I think it gets to an explanation possibly about why we haven't had a Mandela effect since 2009. There seems to be a deadline that after that point there's no new. I mean, there's people discover effects, but it's not something that came into existence. So anything that came into existence after 2008 doesn't have an effect related to it. And what's changed since then is the digital world where everything's being observed. So the idea of the observer, whether it be a human or a machine, collapsing the wave function and wave particle duality, that basically came to an end in 2008. That's the theory, right? Is that so now nothing? So, for example, the movie Avatar will never have a Mandela effect about it because it's only existed in digital form its entire time. It's always been under constant observation. It will never change. So this mapping of everything comes from your TV sets, your phones right now, the Google card for Street View driving down your neighborhood, the satellites, everything else. There's going to come a time through the Internet of Things where every single piece of the material world will be under observation constantly. There will be no escape from a digital overlay. The analog reality will be mimicked 100%. And so that is the goal of these people, is to have that kind of control over reality. Now you don't need the spiritual parapsychology side of it. You can do it through science. The idea of being technomages.
That's a real thing. I just don't know if they'll ever get that. I don't think that God would allow them to supersede free will completely, Epic.
I don't think so either. Not we won't have that happen to us unless we let it. We accept it. Like if we accept that. I mean, that just gets us to the next one, the top one, apotheosis and ascension. That's where the idea that we're changing as human beings. And so the idea behind this whole pyramid here and how it relates to the Mandela effect is that the Mandela effect is not a thing of its own. It's a symptom of something else. It's always been a symptom of something else. It's a symptom of this ladder being climbed to achieve these things. And as these things become achieved, right, then the effects emerge because that's a little fragment of our analog reality that's being stubborn. It's not we're not letting go of, basically. Some of us aren't anyway. And sometimes just a test. I mean, a lot of it might just be a test to see exactly that. Like, what is something a tiny detail that we're so stubborn that our brain won't let it go? Because you can't put that into the simulation. If you put that into the simulation, then the simulation won't be convincing or real. It'll knock you out of the simulation, right? You'll realize it's not real. So it's those identifiers. What do people have in their conscious mind or unconscious, really, or subconscious mind, that's so it anchors them to this analog reality. So in a way, that's what's happening. I think those things sometimes are targeted. They're being found that way. That's the exotic. But the apotheosis and ascension, a lot of people believe that this is just a sign of whether it be the age of Aquarius or us moving into the end times or all these other explanations that we're changing as human beings, where the separation between those of us who still are in a spiritual analog world are leaving the world that is becoming behind. And we're becoming a different kind of human, like a higher, what they call it, a higher frequency resonance, all those new age terms, right? But a lot of people believe that. So that's why it's on here. You have to throw that in there.
How they're trying to get us to evolve. That's what the world order is working through theosophy, is pronounce it. I would say ascension, pretty much.
Apotheosis.
Apotheosis. Yeah. There you go. God, tongue tie.
Man becoming God. Yeah.
Yeah. The deaf and dumb spirit was attacking me at that point. But yeah, I couldn't get the words out.
Happened to be this show.
But it's very interesting that when you look at the movie Under the Silver Lake. Did you finally? Yeah, you did finally watch that episode.
Yeah, I did.
What did you think about it?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting for sure, and it was idea. I mean, there's some things that are catches there for people. I don't want to necessarily spoil it for people, but yeah, the people who thought they were sending the cultists basically
If you want to watch the movie, skip 5 minutes.
Skip,
All right,
yeah,
skip 5 minutes.
Skip this.
This is your warning.
Yeah.
Skip 5 minutes if you don't want spoilers.
Skip 5 minutes. Yeah.
For Silver Lake. Go ahead.
Under the Silver Lake. So the movie starts off. The guy doesn't have a job. He's having all these weird experiences, and a dead bird falls from the sky. Right. But he's walking into his little Melrose Place style unit apartment. The little courtyard, and the thing is, it just gets weirder from there on. There's always little clues that he's actually on some kind of, if you pay attention, he's on some kind of trip, some kind of drug trip. So there's a lot of clues to that. And he does end up taking a bunch of these drugs later on at this party. And he meets this girl at the party, and that girl ends up being this demon, basically, that kills this like conspiracy theory guy that he just talked to, like, was it a day or two before? I think it all happens over a span of a day, right? It starts like one day, goes in the next day, basically, I think. But he ends up finding this secret underground. It's not really. It is underground, and he goes out there. It goes in this boarded off area out in kind of the sticks in the Hollywood Hills, like under the Hollywood sign, basically, somewhere. I think right out there somewhere. Not specifically, but he ends up going down there, and there's these people that are waiting on the ascension. They're going to be translated into. They're going underground, and they're going to live out their lives eternally there. And this whole thing uncovered is about this cult, basically. And in a way, it does tie into this. Yeah, it's an ascension cult. Exactly right. And so that's what, like on the positive side, the benign side, we're talking about maybe Christians and believers of Buddhists or spiritual people, just spiritual Muslims, spiritual people in general. Even people who don't believe in religion, perhaps, just focusing on what's real, what God gave us, and heading up to a higher dimension, essentially. And we're leaving this earth behind. That's the idea of ascension. Apotheosis is what transhumanists seek and what Freemasons seek and other secret societies seek, and that's man becoming God. And if you go to Washington, D.C., you'll find that in the Capitol, you'll have the apotheosis of George Washington painted on the mural at the top of the dome there, where he becomes a god. I mean, they actually make George Washington, if you would look at this image in this painting, he's becoming God, right? A god. And he was a famous Freemason. So, I mean, we're not going to pick on the Masons. I'm just saying this is a mystery school religion kind of thing, which is why we kind of have this pyramid here. Because at its core, that's what this is. Right? It is something of a religion to the people involved in this, I think. And these little clues we're seeing, maybe they are something related to this bigger grand plan. Or, people want to say it's just all easily explainable. It could be. I mean, maybe not all of it. We could talk about the Bible verses changing and things like that, but there's no way some of these things change in your house. It's just not possible. You have to be changed yourself, something about you's being changed, or it's really changing. One of the two. It can't be any in between. You're not just forgetting your favorite Bible verse. You know what I mean? You're not forgetting your favorite photo. You're not. That's not happening. Or if you're witnessing these other things we're talking about earlier, some of those can be explained by technology. But is that technology being done to deceive you, in a sense, to reinforce that belief that you can manifest reality, or that reality can be changed, that reality isn't stable? Maybe it's more about the idea that reality isn't stable and that reality can be changed, and by you losing your anchor ability, it enables, through the power of technology behind it and focused intent, to make it easier to happen.
I believe that reality can't be changed. I believe that it's just one's perception of reality that can be changed. There is one universal objective truth, which is God. But I'm not saying that, for example, things cannot be manipulated by Satan, by technology, to deviate or intercept that objective truth. It still doesn't completely, stop it from those who find God. But it still is a way for Satan as the adversary to interfere. And if the Mandela effect is real, that's what I think that it is epic. Among people misremembering in some degrees, or technology, being changing things. But I do think that would be Satan in that regard, the Python spirit, the false Holy Spirit, in a lot of ways. So yeah, I mean, it's I definitely think that would be true in that case. So that's how I look at it. If
there's no real answers.
There is no.
Yeah,
We'll never get down to the bottom of it. We could speculate on Speculation Island for years.
Right.
You know?
And so I wanted to point out, like, after 4 years of tending to that and going through all kinds of, events there, really interesting, some of the things that have happened on that Reddit forum, but over the years. But we've looked at all these things, and after looking at all these things, I mean, there's still things that, people they are misremembering. It happens. People do conflate things. People do have confabulation. But there's other things that we've talked about. Those aren't. Those are definitely technologically manipulated, or there's something else at play. So let's go with if you can eliminate those through technological manipulation, and we can talk about the biggest Mandela effect, in my opinion, of them all, the Sinbad Genie movie, a whole movie disappearing from existence. Well, it's either being hidden by something like the mob. I mean, it's a solution, right? If you take those two things away, what are you really left with? You're left with a lot of other things. I mean, you're left with your Bibles changing. You're left with products changing, things like that. But the mystery becomes more focused on that now, because you can eliminate those two other things, right?
So I guess one thing, changing real quick, and one for the show, and I'd like to have you back on for part 3 if you don't mind, Epic. Is the famous verse of people remembering the lion shall lay down with the lamb. Now, I remember that growing up in a Presbyterian church. That being said quite frequently, and that being everywhere. Like you would see banners posted with it, but that has changed, has it not?
Well, the vast majority of illustrations, paintings, and images still have the lion and the lamb together. They still have that. There's a couple I found out that have the wolf, because it's changed to the wolf, right? And I remember there being more than one verse.
If I remember, it's Isaiah 11:6, right?
Yeah, there's another one too that has it. I can't find that one. I remember I used to have to quote Bible verses. I went to a Christian school last part of high school, so
we'll stick with this one for tonight, because this one's the most prevalent one that people remember. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and there's no question that there wouldn't be. I mean, there's Lion and the Lamb ministries. There's Lion and the Lamb daycare centers, Sunday schools. I mean, just look at it. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of them, and many ministers who's made it their whole point to study the Bible all their life and went to school and all that stuff. They quote the lion should lay down with the lamb, but it's wrong. How could they all be wrong, right? I mean, it just seems so unlikely. It's a good one. It really is. There's a lot of Bible verses that have changed, but that one's the most significant one, the one most people know.
It's very much so. I mean, you have Israel being represented as a Lion of Judah, so it would just make sense culturally. Not to say that you couldn't have wolves in the Middle East, but they're generally, I think, outside of the Arabian wolf, if I remember, they're generally not found a lot within the Arabian Peninsula. They're more found in your wooded forest areas, more northern, like in Europe. So it would just make sense for it to be the lion would lay down, or the lion would live with the lamb. So it's just very
well, especially considering how many of these prophetic books of the Bible were written in Babylon. Babylon had lions on its gate, right? There's Daniel in the lion's den, right? The Asiatic lion was prevalent. Samson, didn't he kill a lion? I think it was a thing with him killing a lion somewhere in there, if I recall right. And I mean, it's all over. And of course, your enemy, the devil, is like a lion seeking whom he may devour. There's the only verse I know that has wolf in it is a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's like the only one I know of. So many more verses dealing with lions, because Asiatic lions were very, very common in the region, particularly in the Babylon region.
And of course, the wolves in sheep's clothing would be in Matthew, which would have more of a Roman, which would make sense in that regard.
Well, because the Romans, for people who don't know,
even though Matthew was, written Jewish influence, obviously, but it would make sense of why. I'd have to go back and search, but I don't think there's.
The Roman logo, the Roman origin story is the she-wolf, right, with the children suckling the breasts of the wolf. That's so there's pictures and not plaques, but images that throughout Rome. That's so that when they say wolf in sheep's clothing, in a way, it's talking about Romans, right? That's what they're saying, because they were had an adversarial relationship during New Testament times with Rome.
Yes, I definitely think that's that's something that I find quite odd. That it was changed to the wolf will live with the lamb, or the wolf will lay down with the lamb, where I've always remembered it to be lion. So Epic, is there anything else that you want to say in closing, brother? Definitely thank you for coming on this evening. It was an excellent conversation with you, brother.
Well, I was all over the place, and I apologize to people in the Mandela Effect community there that I wasn't able to focus well, but it's a big subject, and trying to condense it all into an hour or so is really hard to do, because it's an incredibly deep subject, a lot deeper than people realize. Just any one of these little headers here on the pyramid, if you just focus on any one of those, you have hours of content just there by itself. So it's hard to focus on which one to really pay attention to. But I think we covered some of the better ones.
Yes, very much so. Well, thank you for coming on, Epic. We'll have a part 3 eventually in the future, but definitely thank you for coming on. I greatly appreciate your research into the Mandela Effect.
Enjoy being here. Thanks, everybody.
Have a good evening, Epic. Bye. All right, that's it. I want to thank Epic for coming on. It was a great chat. I still don't know where I stand. I could see different. I can see the technology angle in a lot of ways, and manipulation through technology. I could see misremembrance on some things, mass hypnosis on another. So yeah, I want to definitely great to have Epic on here. It was a great conversation. Epic's esteemed researcher. So thank you. Hope everybody's doing well. Tomorrow, Greg McCarran from The Antidote will be joining us to have a discussion about Lee Stranahan. So look out forward to that. Next Sunday, Frida Captives and I are going to start a new show called Spirit and Truth from a Christian perspective every Sunday. So be on the lookout for that. Lee, of course, my co-host Lee Veltman's in the chat. Go listen to Jimmy Jean, who was our first guest, talk about Synanon-esque landmark forums in the game. An excellent show. If you missed it, go back and listen. A lot of hard truths, a lot of personal stories were being told during that shining light, and the mind control associated with that too as well. So that's it, everybody. There's Finder's FBI files drop 3.
Authorities in Victoria will assess data over the weekend to determine whether the state goes into a full New Zealand-style lockdown as the number of infections, especially in rest homes, continues to surge. More than 100 people who have tested positive for the virus were not at home yesterday when Defence Force teams paid a visit. Victoria's Premier Daniel Andrews said that if behaviour continued and the virus continued to take hold in rest homes, a full lockdown might be the only option, but the economy would pay the price. Here's Katie Todd.
Another day, more grim news from Victoria. 627 new infections, 349 people in hospital and 37 in intensive care. And 3 weeks into the 6-week lockdown, Premier Daniel Andrews confirming 8 more deaths overnight.
2 men in their 50s, 2 men in their 70s, 3 men in their 80s and 1 woman in her 70s. 4 of those 8 tragedies can be linked back to aged care.
Mr Andrews said 928 active cases could be linked to aged care homes and more than 1,000 health workers are infected. John Atsarakis says the problem is aged care residents are not being tested. His mother Fortini was suffering from Parkinson's disease when her husband, also her caregiver, placed her in Melbourne's St Basil's Rest Home in June for 2 weeks' respite. Things took a turn for the worst when that time came to an end and the family called to arrange a time to pick her up.
"Oh, you won't be able to take Mum out. One of the staff members is infected." And we said, "What? No one's told us anything."
John Atsarakis says he was told his mother would have to stay and only staff would be tested. She contracted COVID-19 and died alone. St Basil's is now Victoria's largest aged care cluster, and families of its residents are now calling for it to be shut down. Patricia Sparrow is the CEO of Aged and Community Services Australia. She says Victoria's second wave of the virus caught some homes out and there was a shortage of PPE.
We actually should be making sure that we transfer those people who test positive, those first cases in residential aged care that test positive, should be transferred to hospital. They need to be transferred to hospital to get the support that they need, but also so that we as providers can actually stop the spread within the facility and make sure that we don't have it going further. Aged care providers are not hospitals. We're not staffed like hospitals. We're not funded like hospitals.
Daniel Andrews said more than 30 Defence Force teams continued door-to-door checks of people who have tested positive for the virus, calling in on more than 500 yesterday.
Disappointingly, I have to inform you that there were more than 130 unsuccessful visits, so around 1 in 4 people cannot be found at home. There'll be a multitude of reasons for that, but what I can confirm for you is that more than 100 cases have been referred to Victoria Police. It is simply unacceptable for you to have this virus and not be at home. If you're out doing other things, there may be a handful who are out getting some fresh air. That does not explain these numbers. These numbers go well and truly beyond anything like that, and all that will do is spread the virus.
Mr Andrews said he had talked with the Prime Minister Scott Morrison overnight and the data around the numbers of cases would be analysed to determine if Victoria moves to a full lockdown.
I've got no announcements to make about next steps, but it is important that all of us acknowledge that these numbers are still far too high, and we could not open up with these numbers. We could not open up even with significantly less than these numbers. So it may well be the case, and the data may well bear this out, and the best advice may well come to me, that we need to take further steps, that the steps we've taken are not enough to pull this up.
Meanwhile, New South Wales reported 21 new cases today, and Queensland reported 1 new case, a 27-year-old man who caught the virus after dining at a restaurant attended by a woman who tested positive after returning from Melbourne. There are now grave fears New South Wales and Queensland may also fall victim to a second wave. For Checkpoint, call Katie Todd, TNA.
Impossible Foods beefed up its roster of meat alternatives.
It's a burger that's become quite popular.
Now the meatless craze sweeping through grocery stores, restaurants, even down the street at Carl's Jr.
Despite the buzz around plant-based alternatives and vegan recipes, Americans still love meat. In 2018, Americans consumed more than 180 pounds of beef, pork, and poultry, 10% more than in 1970. Plant-based meat retail sales were $760 million in 2019, a fraction of the total meat and poultry sales. Whether it's at your favorite fast food restaurant or in the grocery aisle, one company that carnivores turn to again and again is Tyson Foods. Tyson Foods is one of the world's largest food companies and produces roughly 20% of the beef, pork, and chicken in the U.S. It services restaurants and schools and sells brands like Jimmy Dean and Sara Lee in supermarkets. But in the spring of 2020, restaurants closed as governments enforced social distancing rules, and in April, thousands of infected Tyson workers at processing plants caused facilities to shut down, causing meat shortages at grocery stores across the country. The 85-year-old food giant faced the perfect storm: higher production costs, lower levels of productivity, and softer demand.
We've implemented a wide number of measures to look after our workers, from measuring temperatures as they come through the door, face coverings, staggered breaks, expanded room, social distancing. All of these are designed to help keep our workers safe. Keeping our workers safe is what will keep our plants running. And of course, where necessary, we've been willing to close those plants and to deep clean them in order to make sure that we can get back to speed as quickly as possible.
But analysts argue that after decades of industry consolidation, some of Tyson's problems may have been self-inflicted.
COVID-19 has exposed weaknesses in the meat system that people have been talking about for years, but that have never been exposed as they were now. And essentially what COVID-19 showed was the profound fragility that happens when you move all of your production into as few slaughterhouses as possible.
So can one of America's biggest meat suppliers recover from the devastating blows of 2020? Or has the COVID-19 crisis created an opening for rivals JBS, Cargill, and Smithfield Foods to overtake them? In the early 1930s, 25-year-old John Tyson left his family's farm in Missouri in search of a better life. The Great Depression meant jobs were scarce, but after arriving in Arkansas, Tyson saw opportunity all around him in the form of chickens. Chicken was a delicacy in Midwestern cities at the time, so Tyson loaded up his truck and started hauling birds to markets as far away as Chicago and Kansas City. By 1947, Tyson was not only transporting the chickens to market, but also selling baby chicks and feed to farmers.
Tyson Foods was at the forefront of the revolution in vertically integrating meat production. And it's not like you can go back in time and point at one person as being the, quote, inventor of vertically integrated meat production, but if you would, John Tyson Sr. would be really close.
But it was Tyson's son, Don, who many credit with turning a simple chicken business into a global empire. Don joined the company after dropping out of college in 1952, built the company's first processing plant, and became CEO in 1967 after the death of his parents in a car train accident. In 1963, Tyson went public, selling 100,000 shares at $10.50 each. By the 1970s, there was an explosion of industrialized, vertically integrated poultry production in the U.S., with about 36 companies controlling half of the chicken market, including Pilgrim's Pride, Sanderson Farms, Purdue Farms, and of course, Tyson.
Chicken was really the first animal that was produced like a widget on an industrial assembly line. And so the amount of chicken that was available just exploded during this time.
By the late 70s, Tyson was producing over 230 million birds per year, and with a grow-or-die philosophy, Don Tyson's company started acquiring competitors and expanding the family business.
Starting in about 1980, you see this enormous wave of consolidation sweep across the industry, where a handful of companies who had really good relationships with investors on Wall Street, where they could raise the capital to go on a merger spree, with Tyson Foods being probably the premier company in this way, they went out and bought their competitors, and they rolled up ownership into a handful of firms.
By the mid-80s, Tyson reached $1 billion in sales and claimed the #1 poultry producing slot in the country. The company went on a buying spree. In 1989, Tyson bought Holly Farms for $1.5 billion, doubling the size of the company. And in 2001, it bought IBP for $3.2 billion, making it one of the world's largest meat producers and processors.
Tyson made a business model out of buying out its competitors and shutting down the older, smaller slaughterhouses and moving more and more production into a handful of very large, highly sophisticated slaughterhouses where they could add value to the product.
In 2014, Tyson bought Hillshire Brands for $7.7 billion. And in a bid to boost its sales at restaurants, in 2018, Tyson bought McDonald's chicken nugget supplier Keystone Foods for $2.1 billion. In 2019, Tyson had net income of $2 billion, a 66% increase from 2015. And by June 2020, Tyson had a market value of $21 billion, almost double the amount it had at the start of 2014. The meat and poultry business in the U.S. is a $232 billion market, according to IBIS World. In 2017 alone, the industry processed 9 billion chickens, 121 million pigs, and more than 32 million cows for kitchen tables across the U.S. While the scale is hard to comprehend, industry consolidation has led to just a few key players. The 4 biggest companies, Tyson Foods, JBS, Cargill, and Smithfield Foods, control anywhere from about 40 to 60% of supply, depending on the type of animal. Volatile commodity prices keep profit margins tight, forcing Tyson and other meat processors to keep a close eye on costs. Tyson has more than 200 plants in the U.S. and had global sales of $42.4 billion in 2019. About a third of revenue came from the sale of beef. Another third came from the sale of chicken, and the remainder of the company's revenue came from pork, prepared foods, and international sales. The company sells about 45% of its products to retailers like supermarkets, 31% to food service businesses like restaurants, and about 11% to packaged food companies. The remainder of revenue comes from exports. Tyson is the largest chicken producer in the U.S., followed by Pilgrim's Pride. Pilgrim's has more than 30 plants in the U.S. and processed about 1.7 billion birds in 2019. The U.S. poultry industry has come under increased scrutiny in recent years as consumers and grocery stores have accused Tyson Foods, Pilgrim's Pride, and other processors of inflating the price of chickens. In June 2020, Pilgrim's CEO Jason Penn, along with other chicken industry executives, including Claxton Poultry Farms president Mikhail Fries, were indicted for conspiring to fix prices on broiler chickens from 2012 through 2017. In a statement, Pilgrim said the company is committed to high ethical standards, governance, and free and open competition that benefits both customers and consumers. Tyson was not named in the indictment, but a few weeks later said it was cooperating with the U.S. Department of Justice on a price-fixing investigation that could shield the company from criminal prosecution. Pilgrim's is majority-owned by Greeley, Colorado-based JBS, which is also one of the world's largest beef and pork processing companies, and a subsidiary of Brazilian-based JBS SA.
So chicken is ground zero, if you will, for this model of vertical integration and consolidation. It happened fastest and most dramatically in the chicken business. Well, then these companies realized what a huge opportunity this was, so they essentially exported that model to beef and pork.
The beef category is also dominated by a handful of companies. At the top of the pack, alongside Tyson and JBS, is Cargill, a private company that has more than 36 processing plants in North America.
So a typical plant, a shift at, say, a pork or a beef or even a poultry packing plant might have 800 to 1,000 workers or more on a given shift. And they typically are close. It oftentimes is challenging to have 6 feet of social distancing.
In 2019, Cargill had revenue of $113.5 billion. In the pork category, the biggest producers are Smithfield Foods, JBS, and Tyson Foods. The world's largest pork producer, Smithfield Foods, started operations in 1936. The company grew rapidly with more than 30 acquisitions since 1981. In 2013, Smithfield was bought by Hong Kong-based WH Group for $4.7 billion. WH Group is publicly traded on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But while supermarkets were seeing shortages and higher prices in 2020, China was receiving a record amount of pork exports from U.S. companies. In June 2020, Democratic Senators Elizabeth Warren and Cory Booker sent a letter to chief executives of Tyson, Cargill, Smithfield, and JBS, criticizing them for exporting pork and other meats to China while threatening the American public with impending shortages. Tyson told CNBC in a statement, "In recent months, we've prioritized supplying meat to the U.S. domestic market and have voluntarily curtailed shipping those pork export items that are also used by domestic consumers to try to meet U.S. demand." The coronavirus pandemic hit Tyson with 2 major crises. With consumers eating more meals at home due to restaurant closures, Tyson faced a shift in demand from food service to retail.
Well, certainly we saw a pretty big fall-off in food services as schools and restaurants were closed. But at the end of the day, people are not resigned to eating less. And so you saw a big spike in retail. For our company, that works out to be net negative because not all of the plants can be switched over to produce food for retail. But we've certainly been very successful in a number of them.
As the world economy began to shut down in March 2020, Tyson stock fell to a more than 1-year low of $44.
It definitely was disruptive to their business, but for the most part, they were able to shift those products over to the retail channel, which was experiencing unprecedented demand.
But the second crisis had far bigger implications for the company, as well as the entire food supply network. According to the CDC, during the spring of 2020, more than 16,000 U.S. employees from Tyson and other companies working at meat and poultry processing plants across the country contracted COVID-19 and 86 died, forcing about 24 plants to close. Meat processing employees often work in tight quarters on high-speed lines that place them at greater risk of contracting or spreading COVID-19.
Meat processing is a very labor-intensive process, so you have employees standing in close proximity to each other, which, really made it very difficult to control the disease. So several meat processing plants had outbreaks.
The Midwest Center for Investigative Reporting said the numbers were much more grim. It said, as of July 17, 2020, at least 33,000 U.S. workers at meat processing plants have been infected and at least 133 have died. The group said workers at more than 40 Tyson plants have been infected and at least 12 plants have temporarily closed. In May 2020, 40% of workers at a Tyson Foods pork processing plant in Indiana tested positive for COVID-19. The plant temporarily halted operations on April 25th. At a pork processing plant in Iowa, more than 1,000 workers were infected with the virus that same month, according to county health officials.
Tyson and other companies have been working as hard as they can for decades to put as much production into as few slaughterhouses and then to cram as many employees as possible into as little space in those slaughterhouses so that they can process as many animals as possible, as quickly as possible, to pay off the investment of these really sophisticated mega slaughterhouses.
For Tyson, plant closures meant shrinking output plus an increase in operating costs to ensure new safety protocols. Tyson deployed infrared body temperature scanners at some U.S. sites and plastic dividers to protect workers. But for those employees who didn't feel comfortable returning to work in June 2020, the company wasn't giving out sick days. According to news reports, Tyson doesn't have paid sick leave, but offers short-term disability coverage for employees who are ill. CNBC reached out to Tyson Foods, but they did not respond to a request for an interview. Plant closures had a ripple effect across other parts of the supply chain too. With Tyson's U.S. hog processing capacity nearly cut in half, farmers who were struggling to find a buyer were now forced to euthanize excess animals. Due to supply chain issues, more than 10 million pigs will need to be culled, according to the National Pork Producers Council.
If you consider the plants in the industry that have already been closed, and you look at the public data from our USDA, you will see that pork and beef processing are down somewhere between 20 and 30%.
In April 2020, Tyson chairman John Tyson took out a full-page newspaper ad that said the food supply chain is breaking. Days later, President Trump invoked the Defense Production Act, ordering meat packing plants to remain open.
We didn't have widespread massive meat shortages, but we did have an interruption in the supply chain and a product-by-product level of shortage. But what that did is for the first time, it really brought Americans face to face with the reality of the industrialized meat system that we depend on every day for our food. There really has never been a shortage like this in modern times.
In May 2020, Tyson reported its fiscal second quarter net income had fallen 15% from a year earlier. With the coronavirus wreaking havoc on U.S. processing plants, Tyson might be looking to the horizon for its next generation of consumers. During a November 2019 earnings call, Tyson CEO Noel White said about 90% of future growth in the global protein demand could take place outside of the U.S. Since 2018, China, the world's top pork producer, has killed millions of pigs as it battled African swine fever. During a February conference call with analysts, White said Tyson had year-over-year increases of nearly 600% to China in the first quarter of 2020. China has also seen a surge of U.S. poultry imports since the country ended an almost 5-year ban on the trade in November 2019.
China just in November eliminated their ban on U.S. chicken. So, we expect to see a lot more chicken heading over to China. And just pork in general, as the Chinese are large consumers of pork, and now they have a significant shortage. So we do think that Tyson will benefit from that over the long term.
The company is expanding into markets at home too. While the number of vegan and vegetarians in the U.S. over the past decade has remained flat, the interest in plant-based foods is on the rise. Consumption of plant-based foods also took off during the pandemic as consumers continued to adopt healthier diets while facing shortages of meat at grocery stores. Tyson, once an investor in Beyond Meat, launched its first plant-based product in 2019. In June of that year, the company rolled out chickenless chicken nuggets in a blended burger that combines plants and beef. But despite these new markets, analysts think Tyson's structural problems could come back to haunt them.
There's a strong chance that we're not out of the woods on this yet. The virus is still spreading. The number of cases inside slaughterhouses continues to rise. The companies are not being forthcoming about how many of their employees have this virus. And you could see how the companies might need to continue selective shutdowns of plants going through this summer, and God forbid if we have a second wave this autumn or this fall. The supply chain issue is going to remain, I think, front and center for a lot of American consumers.
When Warren Buffett, the Oracle of Omaha, speaks, investors from around the world listen. After building Berkshire Hathaway into one of the world's largest companies, Buffett amassed a fortune of more than $70 billion, placing him among the richest people on the planet, promising to give away nearly all of his wealth to those in need. Now, in these difficult times, we turn to this stock market sage for his financial wisdom and calm. In this episode of Influencers, I sit down with Warren Buffett as we discuss the markets and the pandemic that has brought the global economy to a near halt. Hello everyone, I'm Andy Serwer. Welcome to Influencers and welcome to our very special guest, Warren Buffett, Chairman and CEO of Berkshire Hathaway. Warren, nice to see you.
Good to see you.
So it's March 10th and it's the day after the stock market crashed. The Dow was down over 2,000 points. Oil cratered to $30 a barrel or so. The 10-year bond went to below 0.5%. What the heck is going on, Warren Buffett?
I told you many years ago, if you stick around long enough, you'll see everything in markets. And it may have taken me to 89 years of age to throw this one into the experience. But markets, if you have to be open second by second, they react to news in a big time way. I mean, it's not like the market for real estate or farms or things of that sort.
Does this remind you of any other time?
Well, I've certainly been a fair number of times when panic has reigned in Wall Street. And October 19, 1987, and the period around it. I mean, there was panic. At the close of business on Monday, October 19th, most of the specialist firms, which were important in those days on the New York Stock Exchange, were broke. And the next morning, there was a check due to the clearinghouse in Chicago that didn't get there. And sometime late in the morning, a decision, I think Phelan had made the decision, we're going to stay open. But it was really close. That was, and of course the financial panic. There were, you had 35 million people on September 1st that weren't worried at all about their money market accounts. On September 15th or 16th, they were all.
How concerned are you about the coronavirus situation, Warren?
Well, you got to defer to the doctors on that. But, you can get into all these figures about how flu regularly kills, 20 times as many people in this country as, or 40 times maybe as much as we've seen in the way of deaths, even more than that. But, it is a pandemic. It is really spread. So we've got something that we don't know how long it'll be with us. We don't know how severe it'll be. But there will be uncertainty about that for a considerable period of time. There has to be.
What precautions are you taking personally? Have you changed any of your habits?
Well, I'm drinking a little more Coca-Cola, actually. That seems to have warded off everything else in life. I mean, I'm 89. I just had two different doctors tell me I'm in much better shape than I was a few years ago. I'm not sure what I'm doing to get in better shape. But by accident, I mean, I had an annual heart check where I wear something around my waist for a couple. I think I said it's never been better. So, no, I really, I'm a probabilities guy by nature. So there's going to be 2.8 million deaths this year, and at age 89, I'm a little more likely to be than I was in that group than 10. But 2.8 million, and what have we had so far? I mean, it will grow, but I've always felt a pandemic would happen at some time. I mean, I've actually used that term. I mean, in describing things that can interrupt the progress of not only this country but the world. It won't stop the progress of the country or the world. I mean, this is a terrible event that's occurring. We don't know how terrible, and it may not turn out to be that big a deal when we get through, but it may turn out to be a very big deal, and we just don't know. And I certainly don't know, and nobody knows. But there will be other things that happen in the world in the next 5, 10, 20 years. That's the way the world works. It's not a totally even course. The progress of mankind has been incredible, and that won't stop. I mean, you flew out here, yesterday or today, and you flew over a country that 250 years ago, there wasn't anything here. That's only 3 of my lifetimes, and there wasn't anything here. And now you've got all these bountiful farms, and you got 260 million vehicles in the country, and you got 80 million owner-occupied homes, and you've got 155 million or whatever it is, million people working. And I mean, it's incredible. I went, when I had a medical check the other day, I went to incredible medical facilities that are just 2 or 3 minutes from here, and that wasn't here. Wasn't even here 100 years ago, and so we keep making progress. We haven't forgotten how to make progress in this country, and we haven't lost interest in making progress, and that will benefit to varying degrees all kinds of people, including around the world. But there will be interruptions, and I don't know when they will occur, and I don't know how deep they will occur. I do know they will occur from time to time, and I also know that we'll come out better on the other end.
And then what about the banks? And, boy, they have been hit awfully hard because of rates and the exposure to the energy sector, right?
Yeah, and you don't know what other exposure there is. I mean, the credit standards have been pretty darn good, and the quality of what's on the books has been terrific, and the liquidity and all of that. The banks are in a whole different situation than they were during the 10 or 11 years ago. But you don't know the nominals that topple when airlines get bad, and then that affects energy demand. It's just they're using less fuel than they were 3 weeks ago. So there's ripple effects, and there always will be in recessions. That's the nature of recessions, as you get ripple effects. We get ripple effects on the railroad, but there's just there's less intermodal traffic moving now because of the supply chain interruptions and all that sort of thing. But you look at, again, I mean, in 1942 when I bought my first stock, the Philippines were about to fall. I mean, and the day I bought it, the Dow literally was down 2%, and 2% then was only 2 points, literally. It broke 100 on the downside. But 2%, I felt it. I mean, I went to school in the morning, and I bought these 3 shares, and when I came home at night, I already had a loss in them.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you kept with it because other people might have gotten
discouraged.
discouraged.
I mean, all the other kids in 7th grade had their money in something else.
Right. Getting back to banks for just 1 second, Warren,
Sure.
and a specific name, which is Wells.
Yeah.
And are you getting frustrated with Wells Fargo?
Well, I think they've been through a lot of problems, but I don't think that the fundamental franchise and all of that, I mean, I'm fine with that. I forget whether it's in 1 out of every 3 households in the country, and I mean, the mortgage service. They're huge. It went through something that various other companies. Geico in the early 70s had its troubles. American Express in 1964, when we got into it, it had the salad oil scandal, which everybody's forgotten about, but it was a terrifying event then. So Berkshire, something will happen to somebody. You can't run a place with 395,000 people and not know that something is happening all the time, and you just hope you catch it fast. And the moral of the Wells Fargo story is when you hear about something, you've got to act fact. You can have incentives out there that are incentivizing the wrong thing, and we've had them. Everybody's had them. I mean, anybody has a sales force makes mistakes sometimes in what they incentivize, and bad practices will spread if not jumped on, and that's what you saw at Wells. They didn't. I don't see how in the world they made any money out of the phony accounts, but the cost. Again, there's a ripple effect. I mean, when something goes wrong at Berkshire, if it doesn't get corrected, there'll be more problems subsequently. And when I was at Solomon, Charlie gave me the formula. He said, get it right, get it fast, get it out, get it over. And anytime you see a problem, and you're a responsible party in corporate America, that means just get it right, get it fast, get it out, get it over, and don't skip and just put that right in front of you and go to work on it.
Yeah, maybe I don't know about the get it over part with Wells. I mean, it just
if you get it right and get it fast and get it out, you will get it over.
Right. Okay.
And if you don't the other things you've got, you'll never get to get it over.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's switch over to talk about oil. You are an investor in the sector through this Occidental Petroleum deal from last year. You put in $10 billion, exactly. I think, and maybe some more after that. I know you get preferred dividends, but that investment has to be underwater at this point. And what's your thinking?
Well, the $10 billion is a preferred stock with warrants, and there is no market in it. Okay. I mean, it's a private deal, but we also have about 2% of the common stock, and that's down significantly. And as I said when I did it, I mean, the biggest variable is the price of oil, and I don't know the price of oil, and every day it gets quoted. If you have an opinion on oil, you can buy or sell oil either 1 year out or 2 years out or 3 years out or something of the sort. And when oil was in the 30s, there's a lot of agony in the oil patch. And the math just changes terrifically. I mean, it just doesn't pay to drill in a lot of areas. And the Saudis can turn out a lot of it with practically no operating costs, or they've got very, very, very cheap operations.
I mean, between that war between the Saudis and the Russians, and then also perhaps the secular decline of demand, given concerns about climate change, is this really a great place to invest?
Well, I don't think the secular demand will change that much, but certainly the immediate demand has changed. I mean, the airlines need less, and people drive less if they're working out of their homes, and you can change. When you're talking about something close to 100 million barrels a day, if you change it by 5%, that is huge.
I was reading in your annual letter, on the other hand, that you're so proud of Berkshire Hathaway Energy, which is so big in wind power and has this whole different business model. So you think that alternatives actually have a real future?
Oh, alternatives have a future. They are the future over time. But you can't change the world, the base of the world. I mean, you've got 260 million vehicles on the road, or whatever number it is in the United States, and I don't know how many around the world. And they're not changing what they use tomorrow. And, the average age of the American vehicle, the auto, I think is 11 to 12 years, something like that. And so the world can't change dramatically. And if anybody thinks you can change energy sources 10% in a year, it just doesn't work that way. But the world is going in the right direction in terms of working toward minimization of carbon.
Speaking of those cars, I mean, look at Tesla and what Elon Musk is doing. I mean, that kind of is a revolution, right?
Well, it's an important change, but if you guessed on the penetration of electric cars, let's say we sell 17 million or something a year in 2030 when I'll be 100. I would say that I'd be surprised if more than a third of those would be electric. Well, that's 2/3 that aren't, plus all the ones so of the total of the total vehicles on the road, it still might be 10% electric tops or something like that worldwide. I mean, you can't change this mass of transportation. You can't change it in a year or two. It is changing. It should change. But in terms of just the math of replacing, if we said we're going to junk all the cars we have, well, the economy would stop. I mean, we can't produce them. We couldn't replace them.
What do you think of Elon Musk, though? If you met him, and would you invest in Tesla?
Well, I think you're trying to bait me a little bit.
I'm just asking you. You can say no, or yes,
listen,
yes,
he's done
yes.
some remarkable things.
Okay.
He's done some remarkable things.
Have you met him?
Oh yeah, he joined the Giving Pledge some years ago. I've only met him once or twice, but yeah, that's it. I've talked with him, but not for quite a while.
And would you invest in Tesla?
No.
Okay. Let's switch over and talk about bond yields and interest rates, because that's a crazy subject right now.
It is a crazy subject.
And
it is really crazy.
Yeah. So what is your thinking on it?
I don't know. I have never been able to predict interest rates, and I've never tried. I don't. Charlie and I, we believe in trying to function on or to focus on what's knowable and important. Now, interest rates are important, but we don't think they're knowable. And there are some things that are, this gets back to, something, who was it, Don Rumsfeld or something?
Known knowns and unknown
and all
unknowns
that.
and unknown unknowns.
The question is the box that says knowns and important, knowable and important, is there anything in that box? And can you tell what's in that box and what isn't in that box? And it's what I call knowing your circle of competence. And my circle of competence doesn't include the ability to predict interest rates a day from now or a year from now or 5 years from now. So I say, can I function without knowing that? It's the same way as predicting what business is going to do or the stock market is going to do. I can't do any of those things. But that doesn't mean that I can't do well investing over time.
I mean, but things have changed. They're different now because rates are so low. You
It's
have negative
unbelievable.
rates.
It's unbelievable.
And then you were talking about Edgar Lawrence Smith and his discovery about bonds versus retained earnings. And then I think you were saying that it makes, for as far as central banks, it makes no sense to lend at 1.4% and then to have 2% inflation.
Well, it doesn't make sense for you to buy bonds if somebody is telling you that they're going to try and destroy the unit in which the bond, the promise is included. They're going to try to destroy 2% of that a year, and for you to now receive maybe 0.5% and pay taxes on it.
Right. I mean, so where do you think these low super rates are going to go and negative rates? I mean, what are the implications on?
Well, I would say that's the most important question in the world, and I don't know the answer. No, if we knew the answer, it wouldn't be the most important question.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like that, but
no, but it's true.
Yeah. Well, so let me ask this way then: what has investing in equities changed given the interest rate environment? It makes equities look super cheap.
Yeah, no, it reduces the hurdle rate.
Right.
That's why they like to decrease it, is that it pushes asset values higher, because obviously, if you promised to pay me something at 3% a year, that would have been a terrible instrument for me to own, almost any time in history. But today, if you're good for it, it's fabulous.
Right. I mean, did negative rates scare you, Warren?
They puzzle me, but they don't scare me.
Okay, fair enough. I want to switch over to Apple, one of your biggest holdings. Does the amount of shareholder interest in this company concern you or Todd or Ted? In other words, the market capitalization basically relative to the S&P 500. Is that something you look at?
Well, you look at everything and relate one to another. I mean, that's the nature of markets. So you're always trying to think about A, what's in my circle of competence, and then what makes the most sense that's within that circle. But the important thing is to know where the perimeter of the circle is. I mean, that's way more important than how big the circle is or a whole bunch of other factors. So I think Apple is within my circle of competence. I think it's an incredible business run by a fellow that's one of the great managers of all time, and he was underrated for a while, but now he's being seen for what he really is. And it's an astounding. You could almost, if we had a card table here, well, yeah, we could put all their products on one table. Can you imagine that? Yeah. I mean, and just think of basically the utility of those products to a ecosystem that is demographically terrific and finds that instrument useful in dozens and dozens of times a day. It's almost indispensable, not only to individuals, business, I mean everything.
And you have one of these babies now, right?
I've got one of them. I don't have an on me because I would be afraid it would ring and I wouldn't know what to do.
It's okay. You can take a call during this. We wouldn't have a problem with that. And what sort of apps do you have? Do you have any apps loaded?
Well, they've got a lot of apps on it, but the other day, actually yesterday, I was someplace. Normally I don't carry it in town. I carry it out of town, but somehow I was having a little trouble just getting to the. But this is only me. Any 2-year-old could do this, but I was having a little trouble getting to the part where I actually phone somebody. I use it as a phone.
Right. So you're not.
But I got a lot of apps on it.
Have you used any of the apps?
No.
No gaming apps or.
No, people have shown them to me occasionally. There's even some app with me involved on this newspaper boy tossing thing. It's the app that I revealed a year ago in the movie. I went out to California and